All right. Looks like we are live. What's going on, everybody? Joan D, congratulations, you are first. Hello, Gig. How's my favorite moderator doing? How do I get my pecs to be big? Well, trying to get your bench press up is definitely, something that works. So really focusing on getting strong at pressing movements. Also, a healthy dose of some isolation moves like flies. And can't lie, steroids do work. But you might want to, get a bit more experience before you consider it. How was the drive the other day? It went smoothly. I didn't get held up in traffic. It was just a long drive, It's about 2.5 hours both ways. Ask Yourself has moved in. He's just upstairs, unpacking, cleaning up some stuff in the kitchen, this and that.
They all say I'm not natty.
What that guy said. Why didn't he at least say what that manlet said, what that hobbit said? Coach Greg, and in today's video,
Any interest in playing Hollow Knight Silk Song? I'm playing it and it's annoying as shit. Well, now I'm definitely not interested.
Ashton Hall is at it again. We all know this guy. The guy who lost to iShowSpeed. The guy who's 100% fake natty. How do we know when...
You just finished lifting? I actually just finished lifting too. Did a pull session. Ashton Hall's 5'7", pretending to be 5'10". Is he only 5'7"? Really? I could have sworn he was a lot taller.
When Ashton's...
Am I insane? How tall is iShowSpeed? I swear he looked closer to 6 foot. Oh, yeah. For some reason, my brain remembered him being taller than iShowSpeed. But, yeah. There's no chance he's 5'11". You fucking kidding me? Dude, if you're 5'7", you are not getting away with acting like you're 5'10". Yeah, dude, even with heel, like if you wear shoes with like heel elevation, you're not getting away with that. That's an extra 3 inches. Like maybe 5 foot, like 9 at most. You're not getting away with 5'10". He's a lot shorter than I thought he'd be. Dodo Donatillers, do you think these look pretty decent to buy? Equalizer, urethane. Whoa. These are expensive. These are insanely expensive. 2 45-pound plates for 360 is crazy. At Fitness Depot, which is where I buy my plates, they're less than $1 a pound. So for a 45-pound plate, I think they're charging $40. And those are the rubber-coated ones. So these are really, really expensive. I don't know if price is an object for you. If you just like the design of the plates and everything, and you're rich, then, you know, whatever. But you can get way, way cheaper weight plates, so, like practically anywhere else. These may even be more expensive than some of the Rogue plates I've seen. Yeah, 425-pound set, $1,700. They're like, that's just nuts. Absolutely nuts. So 45-pound pair. So for 445s, 360, like that's just fucking crazy. Like they look like nice plates and all, but like that's just super expensive. So if price is no object, then, you know, who cares if you just like them. But those are super, super fucking expensive.
Just curious, do you consider yourself to be thin-skinned? I believe you used to take the troll comments/donations head on and not care, let them play out, laugh at them. Now you always skip them. That's like Jason Blaha level thin-skinned. So
it depends what the troll comments are. I don't want to get into it, because I know if I start talking about it, everybody will start blabbing and asking questions and all this, but let's just say I removed some dead weight from my life. And when people, trolls, bring up that dead weight, the entire fucking stream, every donation, everybody in chat, it's all about the dead weight. And I've moved on. It's been like a year now. It's not relevant to my life, and I don't care about it, and I don't want to have to talk about it anymore. If just like occasionally, you know, somebody asked me a question and that was it, and then, you know, we move on, I'd have no problem with it. But as soon as I let anybody talk about it, the floodgates open up, and like no, like they just don't shut up about it. So yeah, there's certain topics where like I just can't allow them to, you know, do the whole troll thing, because it just ruins the whole stream. But, you know, I let people, you know, spam or make some jokes or talk shit. You know, I don't have a problem with that. But yeah, the bringing up the dead weight thing, I don't want to fucking deal with it anymore. Thanks for the donation though, Jay. And thanks for the donation, Dodo. But yeah, Fitness Depot, let me see. I don't know where you're located, Dodo, but they're charging less than $1 a pound for their rubber-coated weight plates. These are the ones I use. So 45 pounds, $39.60 Canadian. So that is literally 4 times. Wait, it was $3.60 for the pair of 45-pound plates. So for a pair of these, it would be about $80. So, 360 divided by 80. They're literally 4.5 times the price. Like, that is crazy. And I mean, these are good plates, too. It's not like they're fucking made like shit, and some of them are like 50 pounds. Some of them are like 40 pounds. They're all within about like 1/4 of a pound of each other. So, like, they're not calibrated, you know, plates for the Olympics or anything, but they're all like 45.1 pounds. Like they're all pretty accurate. So like I just don't understand how you could justify spending 4.5 times that price for you know, what are just weights. Like weight is weight, you know. Yeah, great.
Is Jurian Ryder the
fuck
dead?
shit. I pressed skip and it still plays. It's been doing that lately. Fuck you, 21st.
Is lying. Well, he starts by moving his mouth. Case in point, he goes on the Impulsive podcast with Logan Paul. We're going to see, can they flip-flop all over each other in case they're having struggles or need some...
Dodo donate $2. Let me see. House Dem leader rails that Mamdani isn't future party days after endorsing him. Maybe he just had no clue. And he figured, oh, Democrat, you know, I'll support him. And then he looked into it and was like, oh, yeah. That's silly, though.
What do you think, Kevin? Is the money moving right now because the guys who have inside knowledge think there's a chance that Mamdani could be beaten?
Well, I would love Jackie to be right, but I'm preparing for reality. He will be the mayor. And I just want to point something out, which I think is fair. You look at 60 years of mayor campaigns in New York City, the strategy's always been the same. Money for nothing, chicks for free, everything's free. You want free food, you got it. You want a free ride on a bus, you got it. You want free rent, you got it. Just elect me as mayor and everything's free. And then when you get in, because you got to say whatever you got to say, and this includes both red and blue over the decades, you get in as mayor and you say, oh, you know, the state legislature.
It was definitely not Rudy Giuliani's campaign.
These guys are not on board with me, and all the free stuff I was going to give you, it's not me, it's upstate. And so you do have a check and balance here. You've got a really interesting situation. Now, having said that, the reason he won, or will win, he drove the best social media campaign I have ever seen. Every one of his posts are always in the top quartile engagement on every single platform. They're actually edited to fit the platform for the algo of the day. Somebody's doing a hell of a good job there. He's a great orator. You may not like the message, but free chicks, free money is a great message. And it always works, and he will be mayor. Then he's going to have to come to people like me and say, hey, lend me $30 million for low-end housing. I want you to give me the debt portion, the equity portion of that building. And I'm going to say,
What are you going to say?
I say, I can't because nobody will fund that because you have rent control on a pre-construction building. Have you thought that through on policy yet? And so maybe once he's in, he'll say, oh, the money guys won't give me any money to do anything. And the state legislature is really, really hurting me. I got to...
Yeah. Kevin O'Leary's a dipshit, but yeah. Like, voters are stupid. Like, democracy just fundamentally doesn't work. If you thought TikTok was a manipulative, you ain't seen nothing like free open source Chinese AI model designed to influence what Americans think. The huge point people miss about the AI wars between our foundational models and those from China is that if it's perceived their models are better, cheaper, China will open source theirs. Companies, global developers will use them for most everything. At that point, not only will China have won the AI tech war, they'll have a Trojan horse. Yeah. I don't know about winning the AI war, but yeah, they're definitely gonna use it for that. The one link you sent me is broken. Cat. Oh my goodness. Oh, I love kitty. Oh my god. Oh, a cat that is sleeping outside and lets you rub his tummy? And he's orange? Oh my god, that is a special cat. Oh. Oh my goodness, I would love to meet a kitty like this. Wow. Oh, what a nice kitty.
I'm trying the traditional plant-based dishes from around the world, and this is a popular South American street food. Let's make arepas. The key to authentic arepas is a pre-cooked cornmeal known as masarepa. It's usually mixed in by hand to avoid any lumps, before giving it a 5-minute rest to let it rehydrate. The easiest way to shape arepas is to divide the dough into individual portions, before flattening them into round discs with clean, dry hands. Now get your pan piping hot and cook them low and steady until they look beautifully charred like this. Let's make the filling. Arepas date back hundreds of years to a time when meat was far less available compared to our modern diets. Instead, simple flatbreads made from ground corn were likely eaten alongside slow-cooked black beans like these carotas negras for wholesome filling.
I like black beans.
And although arepas are also common in Colombia, I'm giving them a traditional Venezuelan twist with guasacaca, guacamole's lesser-known cousin. It's a vibrant green salsa with a punchy tang from lime juice and vinegar that takes everything to the next level. Then it's showtime. Load up your arepas and follow for more traditional plant-based dishes.
So what's the dough made out of?
The pre-cooked cornmeal known
Cornmeal.
as masarepa. It's usually
Masarepa. Huh. Alright, well thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donates $2 women. Am I right? Oh, let me see.
So the first point I'm going to do calms the mind.
Cool.
Let me see. The second point is in the center of the ear. This point correlates to the nervous system, the whole nervous system. So it resets the nervous system.
So going on, it barely feels like anything.
Yeah, barely anything. This is your brain balancing point. It helps with regulate brain chemistry.
Always a good thing.
This one is your hormone balancing point.
Where does this horse shit even come from? Like, yeah, only women would believe in this stupid shit. Or gay dudes, I guess. Kash Patel has fired FBI Assistant Director Stephen Palmer after Patel received extreme backlash for using taxpayer dollars to fly to his girlfriend, Alexis Wilkins' performance at a wrestling event. As a result, Patel is trying to block the tracking of government jets after it was discovered that Patel used a 60 million jet to make the round trip. Numerous critics have called Wilkins a Mossad asset, Patel responding that anyone attacking his girlfriend is a coward and endangering their lives. The jet scandal is the latest in a series of personal scandals that have occurred. Yeah, well, you know, that's the Trump administration for you. Fucking retards. They're exactly what you expect them to look like. Upper Manhattan, yeah, you would. Gay couple. God. Imagine being that much of a fucking beta. Looks nice.
Amazon Home Finds. This screen door covers your entire garage door, creating a screened outdoor living space where you can see out but can't see inside with a convenient door in the middle. And this cover can protect TVs up to 75 inches from all the elements, upgrading your outdoor entertainment space. Amazon Home.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
How was the loaf of bread? What did you eat with it? And you got to make a video on Vegan Gains secret bread loaf lol.
I just ate the loaf of bread. Yeah, I just like eating plain bread on its own. I'm kind of a weird freak like that. There's not really any point in making the bread recipe because, like, it's just bread. I don't even really measure anything. I just get a bunch of flour. I put it into a bread mixer. I add in yeast, just a yeast packet, some what do they call it? Yeast accelerator or something. Salt, a little bit of sugar to help the yeast kind of, you know, grow. And then I just mix in water as needed until it forms a dough ball. And then I let it rise and then I put it in the oven. It's just bread. I don't think there's really any point in making a recipe. But it was good. That was a good loaf. Thanks for the donation, Alan. Ben Boy, donate $2. Let me see.
Chaos at a beauty supply store in Compton over the weekend when a customer shoots and kills a man inside the store.
A man walks into a beauty store in Compton, gropes a woman, threatens to kill everyone until one shopper decides she's not dying today.
The investigators say a woman opened fire trying to protect other shoppers.
She wasn't a cop, she wasn't security, just another woman out shopping until the nightmare started.
Sheriff's investigators tell us that man allegedly walked into the store and groped a female customer, proceeding to throw items.
Yeah, and if this was Canada, the woman would be in jail for murder. Because why would you ever want to live? We just let, criminals do whatever they want here. So if some criminal wants to grope and rape a bunch of women and then kill people, well, you're supposed to let him do it.
Items at the staff wall, claiming he could kill everybody.
He grabs her, starts throwing bottles, screaming he'll kill everyone. Witnesses even thought he had a knife. That's when panic turned into survival.
They say that's when a female customer opened fire twice, striking the man on the second shot.
She fired once.
A second customer, fearing for everyone's safety, fired a warning shot. Fired a warning shot.
He turned towards her. The second shot ended it.
The sheriff's department says the 42-year-old man who was shot and killed had a lengthy prior criminal history to include assaults, robbery, thefts, and...
Oh, yeah, there you go. Why would you keep the criminals locked up in jail? Just let them back out. And then when they commit crimes, don't let anybody defend themselves. Just, lock up people for defending themselves like we do in Canada. That's why crime rates are going up through the roof here. Works for us, Why don't you just ban guns? Don't let anybody carry. And then if anybody shoots a criminal, well, arrest them rather than doing anything about the criminal. Yeah, fucking... Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Dodo donate $2, fools. Let me see. Oh my god. Number of comments about how secretly homophobic Zoran must be despite him being the most vocally pro-trans candidate. The dude's Muslim. So, yeah. This is all a ploy for him to become mayor. He's running as a candidate in New York. What do you expect him to do?
And with just a few days left until the election, what can people do right now to get out the vote?
People can go to ZaronForNYC.com/GOTB. Sign.
This guy is just the biggest, most manipulative dipshit I've ever fucking seen in my life. All of these people were glorifying Charlie Kirk's murder. Can you help make them famous? Huh. Math teacher, functional math teacher. They're all math teachers. Weird. Well, I don't know why they think Charlie Kirk is worth losing a job over. They're pretty unhinged.
Bombed the embassy in Beirut, and including many Americans. So I just feel it's quite inappropriate.
You are an Islamophobe, and although you live here, I want you to know as mayor, you are not welcome here. And the day
opposed naming a street after a Hezbollah supporter, and he gets called Islamophobic. Yeah, that's why you don't let him in the first place. Fucking retards, dude. Vale School said these math teachers wore the same costume last year, is waiting for confirmation. Appears they did. I'm updating the thread with the image. We've seen enough evil since Charlie's murder that I'd actually be relieved if this is another example. That being said, it's a very weird costume for teachers in general, but... Oh, so this was last year. Others knew exactly what they're doing. Remove the image immediately after posting. Just that anyone with a brain knew how this would be seen. So, what were they... What was this about? So this had nothing to do with Charlie Kirk's murder. Yeah, so I don't know what that was about.
This is everything I ate as a vegan on a busy day with many appointments. I got a chance to go to the north in the morning, so I got to have the best chicken rice in Singapore. I'm seriously not kidding when I say this, from the roast chicken made with bean curd skin to the 3 iconic sauces, sweet soy, chili, and ginger. With the rice, it all goes so perfectly well together, especially since the rice is pretty fragrant. Even the radish soup is filled with so much flavor. Then for an afternoon pick-me-up, I got a blueberry oat matcha from one of my favorite home-based businesses, Meowcha. How cute is the name? It tasted incredible. Then for dinner, we went to Saute Mi. They're known for the noodle dishes, so I got their dry chili banh mi and fried mushrooms. The banh mi was incredibly spicy. They weren't kidding about the heat. The mushrooms are fried to perfection. I mean, mushrooms can never go wrong. I was just glad to find vegan options almost everywhere I went. Enjoy and follow for more. This is everything I ate.
She eats out a lot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Incentives. They can get sweetened.
Religion. Concealment of beliefs is allowed if it will advance the agenda.
Well, yeah. That's also something a lot of people refuse to acknowledge. They're literally told to lie. So, yeah. You can never trust a Muslim because it literally says in their religion that they should lie. Thanks for the donation, though, Yoshi.
Blow. It's specially formulated for him. If you need a reference, Jeff Nipaw and Mr. Mike will vouch for it.
So the question we all have is, are your morning routines legitimate?
100%.
I mean, did he script this? Like, how was he able to lie so quickly on command? Yes. I mean, does bro practice with Mike Isertel?
I've lied a lot.
His morning routine, it's 100% legit. And so every morning at 4, he gets up and he dives into the pool. He puts banana peels over himself, all over his face, and dips his face in Saratoga water. He has to be telling the truth because, well, he said so.
That's actually what you're doing?
Yeah, that's what changed my life top to bottom.
Did he say he enjoys it both as a top and as a bottom? Guys, sweetened blow, specially formulated for him, that's what he needs to add into his next morning routine.
7 p.m. in a perfect world, I'm in bed. 7:30 is no phone in a perfect world.
This guy seems like an unhinged liar. It's kind of weird how he wouldn't just say, like, yeah, it's obviously a joke social media thing.
You know what I'm saying? I got a family coming soon, hopefully. That's the goal. So
With who?
I'm single.
I mean, obviously, bro is single. Who wants to go around with a man who's in bed by 7? He dips his face in Saratoga water. He's got...
Why did you rage so hard at the guy while you were doing deadlifts? I was trying to, like, focus and concentrate, and then fucking donated something just stupid to try and piss me off, and, like, yeah.
His face in the banana peels. He can't stand losing. I mean, bro is a loser. Did we not see him racing against ISO Speed? And it wasn't the fact that he lost, it's how he lost. And so who would want to beat Ashton? And so is he not 5'6", 5'7"? 6'7"? 6'7"! And I'm not talking about 6'7". Now, remember, it's okay to be 5'6", and by that I mean if you're the rapper 5'6", as in if you're Coach Greg. Get ready in the house, gonna make him up a little Jeff Nipaw. But when you're Ashton Hall, bro, he can't get any ladies. It's not as if he's 6'5" sitting on his wallet. Like, how much money are you making doing Instagram videos, dipping your face in water? It doesn't pay the bills. Ashton, he's probably hurting. He has no money whatsoever. He's poor, and so he has to continue to go on podcasts to try to prove to the world that he's 100% natural.
For me, like, even on Saturdays, I have my refeed day, cheat day, and I'm literally just like kind of like low-key depressed. Like, dang, bro, like, I get to have all this good food. I have no lady.
Why would anyone want to be a man who's low-key depressed? The only enjoyment he gets in his life is on Saturdays when he has a refeed meal.
I'm 29 now, still single, so it's just a story.
Does that upset you?
No, because I know it's God's plan.
And so is Ashton not high on copium right now? You know, when I was a kid, I said I'd be married by 23. How old are you now? 29. But it's God's plan. And so anytime something doesn't go your way, God planned it. You lost against...
Why? Okay, this guy is fucking unhinged. Who in the fuck, if they're a man, would want to be married by age 23, let alone married at all? Like, that is fucking retarded. This guy sounds insane. Like, I guess he's 5'7". That might explain why, like, part of the reason why he doesn't even have a girlfriend at 29, even though he wants to. But the guy's big on social media. He's making money. He's this jacked black dude. Like, he's decent looking. I don't know how the hell he could have trouble getting a girlfriend if he actually wanted, you know? No, I wasn't married at 23, dumbass.
I shall speak. God planned it. Coach Greg said you're a fake natty. God planned it. You're 29, single. You haven't gone on a date in 10 years. Yeah, well, God planned it. This is what he wants.
There's something wrong with him. There's something, like, actually seriously fucking wrong with this guy.
It's not like I'm not a Chad. It's just God has planned to make me single and told...
He might have autism, possibly, but I mean, like... I don't know. Like, even if you're retarded, you know, with autism or something, if you've got, like, money, good looks, it's, like, it is really hard. I mean, really hard to not be able to at least get on it, like, get a date. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. And he's big on social media, too. It's not like he made his money, like, you know, covertly through, I don't know, some weird insurance job and, I don't know, invested in the real estate market, like something nobody would really know about. Like, this guy has made money on social media. There's just no chance. If he actually was trying, he wouldn't be able to set up a date. So this dude sounds like he's, like, it's not just autism, like, he's insane. Like, mental illness might have to be committed insane. Like, he is 5'7", but I mean, height can't be that big of a fucking barrier. I know short dudes who are still getting laid, who are shorter than him. So, like, there's just no chance. Dodo and Chillers, if you were to write this book, what would you write? Notes on being a man. Let's see. Make money, fuck bitches, take steroids. Pretty simple. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Want me to go to bed at 7, get up at 4, and spread fruit all over my face. Sometimes he tells me to wrap my feet up in onions, and other times he just tells me to run away from Coach Greg. Ashton, when are we doing the bike race? I'll even run against you if you want. I will race Ashton Hall. He's already conquered running. He's already been defeated, and so why not start a new hobby? Racing Coach Greg on his bike.
That's what I keep telling myself, too.
Oh, you're single?
Yeah.
How old? 35?
Yeah.
Okay. He said, yeah. I got it right.
Yeah. He's 40.
Ashton Hall says, yeah. Are you single? He's looking at him over there, thinking, yeah, there's no way bro has a woman. His response, yeah. And he's 35. We don't know if he's 35. We don't know if he's 40. Ashton Hall, quick.
Well, I mean, yeah, don't get married, don't have kids. That's a given. I guess I'd include that in the book, but that just seems obvious. The Wandering Faggot donated $2. Let me see.
Twist, 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 twist. Twist, 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 twist.
That has to be AI. There's no way the monkey can fit that much in his mouth. It's like a monkey, not a chipmunk. Kind of like monkeys.
The record straight. Yes, we had ties in the Oklahoma City bombings. Yes, we had our fingers dipped in 9/11. And yes, we murked that nigga Charlie Kirk. But folks, we cannot lose sight on what really matters here, and that is Iran is only days away from producing a nuclear weapon that will ruin this world.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's AI. It is funny, though. I don't know what's going on over there. But, that's a bad electrician. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Faggot.
To pick up you, yeah, you're single too, and so you're no better than me.
He looks 30. He looks good.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. He gets me excited for 40. No,
Yeah.
for real.
Ashton, he's quick to glaze. Perhaps he hasn't had his daily donut. He's saying he looks 35. Bro looks older than Coach Greg.
No, I get hyped when I see, like, 40, 50, you know what I'm saying? Like, still looking good. Almost prime. I can tell you probably at your prime right now.
Did he, in fact, pay him to say this? You're looking in your prime, as there's prime energy drinks right behind them?
2
meals a day.
Yeah, 2. My first one will be at, like, 12 p.m., 1 p.m. Then the last one will be like 4 or 5.
So you're like 16-8 window?
Yeah.
How is bro putting on so much muscle? He's only eating 2 meals a day. He's going to bed early. And bro's running. Last I checked, running is very catabolic.
Well, you don't need to eat, like... You can eat 1 meal a day as long as you're getting in your calories and protein. The guy's on steroids, so, like, you can basically do whatever the fuck you want if you're on gear. So, yeah, if you can have, like, a stupid diet and workout routine. If you're on gear, you can get away with a lot.
It doesn't help you to build a lot of muscle. In comparison, biking, which doesn't have a great eccentric load, that is a form of cardio you want to do if you want to keep the muscle size that you have.
Yeah, bro, I'm always in a caloric deficit. I'm always, like, I eat around, like, 2,000 calories a day.
He does not eat 2,000 calories a day.
Again, lies. I don't want to have to be the one. Yes, of course I do. I want to be the one to point out how much this guy is lying. He just stated, and I quote, "I'm always in a calorie deficit." Now, we have Mepsigram, who's an eye surgeon, which is kind of like a...
Yeah, dude, this guy, listening to him talk, it kind of makes sense how no girls want to fuck with him. Like, this is only, like, the tip of the iceberg, too. Like, it's only, like, what you see. I can only imagine how, like, weird and stupid what a lot of this guy says, like, behind the scenes when he's trying to fuck with some chick. Like, he must be really, really fucking weird and just lie in, like, the most bizarre, obvious ways. Don't you want your children to look after you when you get old? No, I don't want to have kids that need to burden themselves by taking care of me when I'm old. Why in the fuck would I want that? Won't you get lonely and want someone to look after you? No. First of all, there's a big difference between being alone and being lonely, and why in the hell would I ever want to be in a state where I need somebody looking after me? Fucking retarded.
Doctor.
I am a doctor. What do you mean?
Mr. Mike was a doctor. He wrote some bullshit PhD thesis.
Like, by the way, do you even know any old people? Like, go to a fucking nursing home and talk to some of the people there who are like 80, 90. You might even see some people who are 100. Ask them how often they see their kids. They'll all tell you, like, never. So, I don't know why the hell you think having kids will mean, oh, you're gonna have a friend and have somebody to talk to when you're older and they'll take care of you. 99% of the time, elderly people do not have, like, their kids do not visit them or talk to them or anything. They're alone. Like, yeah, that's just stupid.
What did you do to deserve the accolades of being a doctor?
I went to medical school.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And so she actually went to medical school. And so did they teach you anything about, for example, being in a calorie deficit always, continuously? What would that do?
You would die.
And so if...
Well, yeah, they're, like, by the time I'm elderly, there's gonna be, like, worker robots and shit. Dude, like, they're gonna have sex robots that are, you know, like, pretty much perfectly lifelike. You're gonna have elderly people living alone with these, like, teenage sex robots, like, jerking them off. It's gonna be the most bizarre situation. You're gonna have, like, a 90-year-old dude who needs his diapers changed with, like, a robot that looks like a fucking 19-year-old dressed up in a sexy maid uniform, like, fucking jerking off some old dude after they change his diaper. Like, it's gonna be fucking weird.
Ashton Hall were being honest, Ashton Hall would be speaking to us from the grave. We would have a Ouija board and we'd be going like this. And then somebody would be saying, yeah, I ate in a calorie deficit for 3 years. Why am I rubbing somebody's estomago? I don't speak Spanish. I'm not trying to be the bearer of bad news. I'm just trying to be open, honest, transparent, try to speak the truth. If you're always dieting, always continuously in a deficit, you're in a calorie deficit, you lose weight. And if you continue to lose weight, eventually you weigh nothing. Unless, of course, you're involved in Mr. Mike's research, of which you can be in negative numbers. Oh, he's negative 4 pounds, negative 4 years old. Only that occurs in Mr. Mike's research. He states he's on 2,000 calories a day, if this is in fact correct, that is not a deficit. That is maintenance. By definition, if you're not losing weight, you can't be in a deficit. If you're in a deficit, you're losing weight.
What does cheat day? What does your cheat meal look like?
Pizza.
You love pizza?
Whole box. Miami slice the entire box.
Is
And
that
have like
what-
24 cookies.
And so what I'm actually hearing is he diets all week long and then crashes out on the weekend and he eats like the Trent twins or Hussein Farhat. That is his favorite day of the week. I mean, other people that we know, they visit their friend Molly's on the weekend. They have a lot of fun. He eats cookies.
Dude, I'm surprised you really started to pop off at like 28, 29.
Yeah.
Because you have a crazy discipline. You're focused.
They're acting like Ashen wasn't successful until he was 28 or 29. I mean, he was successful before the Saratoga water and the morning routine. Bro had over 1 million followers. I mean, what level of success do people think you need to have in order to be happy? I'm telling you, even when I was at only 50,000 followers, I was making over $500,000 a year. And
Dude, this is so silly how the guy acts like he's fucking natural. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. Like, it's just so retarded. You can even see like his nipples. Like, he doesn't have like full-blown gyno, but just look at the change in his nipples.
I mean,
so they look
what
like
level of success?
pretty normal there. They got larger and they're like puffier and everything. He was probably taking nandrolone. So he was probably on testosterone and nandrolone, and he got some gyno like from the nandrolone, if I had to guess. Usually it's always nandrolone. I've known a bunch of dudes who got into steroids and everything. Like every fucking time people get gyno, it's always when they start taking nandrolone. So yeah, all these dudes get told like, oh, if you really want to get jacked, take nandrolone, and then they end up getting gyno and they don't even grow much more.
I'm telling you, even when I was at only 50,000 followers, I was making over $500,000 a year. And so when these guys are saying, oh, I wasn't successful, it took until now. No, it wasn't. You've been successful your entire life. Even the fact that he played college football, even though he sucked as a college athlete and he didn't make the NFL, that is still successful. How many people make it to university playing that high level of football? You don't have to be the best in the world at everything in order to be a success.
Like the energy drinks.
I wanted to ask you about
I'll have
caffeine.
like 1,500, 2,000 grams a day, every single day, every day.
Milligrams, yeah.
Again, a lie. You really think that Ashen Hall drinks 1,500 to 2,000 milligrams of caffeine?
There's no chance you'd be able to tolerate that much caffeine. Just no chance. I could believe somebody could take like, 700-800 milligrams. Like, there are some people who can tolerate caffeine fairly well, but 1,500 to 2,000? Like, give me a fucking break. It's just silly.
Caffeine each and every day. Now, he's going to say, I don't drink alcohol. I don't do drugs. I go to bed at 7. I don't date girls. I'm discipline personified. When you look up discipline in the dictionary, you see Ashton Hall. Caffeine is a drug. And if abused, it's not healthy. This amount of caffeine, it's well into the toxic range. Even if it's spread out, over the years, it would definitely damage your cardiovascular and sleep patterns. And so he has admitted online, right now in this video, that he doesn't treat his body as a temple. If he's willing to experiment with caffeine to this extent, then what makes you think he wouldn't be willing to dabble into, I don't know, SARM?
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, steroids are dangerous. I wouldn't want to do that to my body. But I'll take lethal doses of caffeine. Like, yeah, okay.
Testosterone and clomiphene and so on, I would argue that steroids in low doses are safer than this. And so my opinion, these are abusive doses of caffeine. Perhaps he suffers from body dysmorphia, and the caffeine is a way of reducing his appetite, reducing his cravings. He's drinking the monsters, energy drinks, and so on to get his mind away from eating. I mean, after all, he does do intermittent fasting. He only has 2 meals a day. And so perhaps that's what he does in order to try to lose weight.
But since I've been locked in, I was addicted to Adderall. So I got addicted to that like 2021, quit in 2022, like cold turkey. You know what I'm saying? Because I was taking so much, my heart was having an issue at one point.
Okay, Ashton, I'm going to give you some advice. What you did was you swapped out an Adderall addiction for caffeine. Those heart palpitations, the shaking, the energy that it provided, you got off of Adderall and you replaced it with another drug, and that drug is caffeine. 1,500 to 2,000 milligrams is exceptionally high abusive doses.
A lot of people take it.
But some people just aren't like addicted.
Yeah.
I have an addictive personality. Like I'm fully in or fully out.
And so when he says he's 100% lifetime natural, he can't stop. It's an addiction. And so he will go to no lengths to continue to say he's 100% natural.
Damn, man. What the fuck about speed, bro?
Yeah, the LD50 for caffeine might be 10,000, but you can definitely kill yourself taking 2,000 milligrams of caffeine. That happens fairly often. That's why in Canada with energy drinks, you can't have any energy drinks that I think are dosed above 200 milligrams. Because in the States, I don't know if there's technically an upper limit, but I think in the States, I've seen energy drinks go up to 500. So, like, there are case reports of people taking, like, you know, 3 or 4 of those really high dose energy drinks and then getting erratic heart rhythms and then just dying of cardiac arrest.
Bro,
he got me. He's not just a kid who streams. He's gifted. Bro.
Oh no, bro. He's
he can dunk at 5'9", 5'10". Like,
notice how he says that ISO speed is 5'9" or 5'10", because he stood next to him significantly shorter, and he doesn't want to seem short. And so, yeah, you know, ISO speed, he's gifted. He can dunk. He's like 5'9", 5'10". No, he's not. He's not that tall.
I'm interested to see where he's going to take it because he's getting swole now.
Oh, bro, he's going to fill out too.
And so is ISO speed a fake natty? He's saying, bro, do you see how jacked ISO speed is getting? What has he been doing?
He could be.
I don't know if ISO speed's a fake natty. I don't know if anybody's asked him and he said, oh, yeah, I'm natural. I'm pretty sure he's on gear.
Someone who matures later. Mature, I mean, like fill out in like a way where people are shocked by his physique.
Yeah, you fill out later, as in you get on steroids later in life. You don't start as a teenager, you start into your 20s. Kind of like Hamza. You just keep it secret, you don't tell anyone, and then you say, you know, I didn't say I was on steroids because I didn't want the teenagers to follow suit, and I wanted to be on it for ages before I told anyone about it. No, you just lied.
Can we talk about your physique, brother?
You know, to be fair, given ISO Speed's audience, he like only retarded like 12-year-old kids are watching him, basically. I don't know if it's really appropriate for him to mention that he's on steroids or taking testosterone replacement or anything. Like there's just no point in telling an audience of children that you're doing that stuff. But people think ISO Speed is like a retard. He's not retarded. He's actually like a pretty smart dude. He has some dumb takes like the Palestine thing, but he's actually a pretty smart dude. He knows exactly what he's doing. He just acts like a fucking idiot because he knows that's what, you know, gets the social media engagement. But, yeah, I mean...
Yeah.
You've got dumbasses like Natural Hypertrophy who just stay weak and small, and then ISO Speed, who's smarter, he hopped on gear.
It's insane.
100%.
Specifically,
Any question you got?
Logan is calling him out.
How you get biceps like
Your
that?
arms are just as big, bro.
No, they're not.
They are.
Yours are crazy.
Ashton, doing what he always does. They're not that big. I'm not that big. I'm small. I did the same thing when Togi said, look, there's no way that you're natural. Look at you. Oh, I don't look that big. I'm not that impressive.
Do you have a secret workout or something like that?
I was addicted to benching.
What's your max?
470 when I was 19.
470-pound bench when he was 19. When I was 9.
Yeah, I would say there's basically just about 0 chance that you can bench 470 at 19 naturally. Just about 0 chance. He's either lying, which is very likely because this guy is clearly a fucking liar, or he was on gear at 19.
19, I was doing about 340. I went on to break several world records. So he was much stronger than Coach Greg. And since that time, how many records has he set? A zero. Why is it that he peaked on the bench at 19, and since that time, almost 10 years later, he's gotten weaker? Last I checked, the trajectory when you start training at 12, 15 years of age is you get stronger and stronger and stronger until perhaps you're 30. If you get significantly stronger in your teenage years and you get weaker when you get older, it probably means you're on steroids to get those numbers at 19, and then perhaps later you lower the doses or stopped.
Now I could probably do like 405 for like 2. The other day I did 435. Just
like, to be fair, with my own personal experience with benching heavy, it is dangerous. Once you get to a certain point, maxing out on bench is really, really risky. So he may not have wanted to assume that kind of risk with lifting. And he's just like more focused on rep work, or he's doing mostly isolation exercises and not really focusing on bench, and maybe just doing some more machines just because it's safer. But like there's pretty much 0 chance, like that's almost 500 pounds. Yeah, I would say like that it's just about impossible to bench that weight when you're 19. Like, just about. You know, there's the odd, like, you know, genetic freak, like, what was his name? Bo Jackson or Bo Johnson, the baseball player. I know the first time he ever benched, I think he benched like 450 or something, and he could have actually done more. It's just that the coaches didn't want him to hurt himself. So they were like, okay, how about we just stop there? Cause like you're a fucking freak and you're like super strong. He was probably the most gifted athlete who ever fucking lived. Like that guy was retarded. He like, I think he had like over a 50-inch vertical leap or something. It was fucking nuts. So yeah, there's the odd genetic freak, but like the chances of him being like that, like, no, it's, you know, you're talking about 1 in a billion, if not like less than 1 in a billion type human being. So yeah, there's no chance he benched 470 at 19 naturally. And again, like his bench going down could just easily be explained. Like he's just not focusing on the lift anymore.
Maxing out just for the stream, but I don't bench at all anymore.
His bench is at 435 pounds now, but it used to be 470. Just to put it out there, the world record for the 198-pound weight class, which he could easily have made, is 501 in his body weight, natural. At 19, he was 30 pounds off the best bench presser of all time. What happened to the bench? And so do we not know that he has an addictive personality? It's all or nothing. When he's into something, he wants to be the best. Why would he suddenly not want to be the best at the bench press? If he was addicted to benching, it was his favorite pastime, and he got that strong, why didn't he compete in it? Is he lying about his bench press, the fact that he could do 470 pounds?
Would you recommend only progressing with 3 reps rather than 1 RM? You mean like testing your strength with 3 rep sets? That would be like a little bit safer than testing your strength with an actual 1 rep max. Like it doesn't really matter, right? Like if your lifts are going up in any rep range, then you know you're getting stronger. So if your 10 RM goes up, you know you've gotten stronger. So if you were able to bench like 200 for 10 last year, but now you can do like 250 for 10, you know, a year later, you know you've gotten stronger. So it doesn't really matter. Like, you'll have a better ability to accurately gauge what your theoretical 1 rep max would be with like a 3 rep max versus a 10 rep max. But like at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. So if you're mostly working in like the 8 to 10 rep range.
Why would people do this to a poor fuzzy puppy?
I don't know if I want to watch this video.
When I got the call,
Oh.
I went into anger mode. It is the most inhumane thing ever.
Oh.
The couple that found him opened the lid and saw something move. They thought maybe it might be a squirrel. Actually reached out to
Oh, dude, I wish I could find the people who do this and annihilate them from fucking existence. Like, yeah, the types of people who do that to a little puppy, they don't need to be allowed to live.
I am minus $400 on Toshi right now. I'm kind of losing hope that the blue cat will ever see another all-time high. It might be time to take my losses and exit the market. Fuck me, dude. Gig has diamond hands, he's down $1,000 but still buying. He's built differ.
Yeah, I don't really fuck with cryptocurrency. It's not really a reliable way of investing. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy. Thanks for the donation tool. Yeah, so like I was saying, it really doesn't matter. As long as your weight has increased with whatever rep range you're using, you know that your theoretical 1 rep max is increased. So the lighter weight, like the lighter you bench or the higher the rep range, like the safer off you're going to be. So like working in a 10 rep range is going to be safer than a 3 rep range. So if you're worried about snapping your shit up, that's the better way to go.
pounds, or is he lying about steroids? Because my opinion, it has to be one.
What about your core? Your core's crazy.
No, I don't do core.
Bro, hold on, what?
Rarely will I do core. I didn't do core probably for like 10 years.
Let's be honest. He doesn't need to train his core because when he's sprinting, he's using his core. Just because he's not specifically doing a plank or some bullshit exercise that you don't actually need to do, doesn't mean he's not working his core. Do you really think that swimmers, baseball players, and so on, that don't use their core? Every time you're throwing, you're working your abdominals, doing the butterfly stroke, the front crawl, all the things that you do, you're using your core.
You don't have to do core, bro. We all have a six-pack. You just might not see it because of the diet.
Yeah.
So that's why I do no carbs.
Abs
The
are made
no
in the
carbs
kitchen.
are for the core.
If you could rewind and have a conversation with the version of yourself who was suicidally depressed, laying in bed for 18 hours a day, what advice would you give him, now that you've cured your depression?
I don't think I was ever laying in bed like 18 hours a day. I think the only thing that did that was the antipsychotics. That was like an effect of the antipsychotic meds that I was on. They just made me so sleepy that, like, yeah, I would have days where I literally couldn't get out of bed just because the ridiculously low energy. But even when I was depressed, like, I'd still do things. Like, I'd be relatively productive. But, you know, I don't want to go on the whole tangent about, you know, nihilism and stoicism and everything like that. But, you know, I'd give myself the whole talk about nihilism and stoicism, you know. Thanks for the donation, though, Blackberry. Appreciate it. Yeah, you don't need to eat a zero-carb diet to have abdominal muscles.
And so he has no carbs for the abs. Now, what we know is a ketogenic diet reduces the muscle volume. You have less glycogen.
A low-carb diet does not mean ketogenic diet.
But it's also harder to train. The best athletes in the world are not going keto. Show me the Olympic athlete that's won any kind of competition that doesn't use carbs. We know there are some vegans out there. Even that makes it more difficult. But you're going to tell me that this guy...
Being vegan does not make it more difficult to be an athlete.
has no carbs, no steroids, and only has one cheat meal a week, and he's been in a calorie deficit his entire life. It makes no sense.
I've seen guys do videos on you, always talking about, or like, is he natty, is he not? And they'll bring up like old pictures and shit. And you know, I was like also equally curious.
Dude, these people who say they're on a low-carb diet, but they're highly active, they're not actually on a low-carb diet. I remember there was that marathon runner that the low-carb community was hyping up because he was saying he was on a low-carb diet, and he was showing everything he ate. Like, he ate like a fair bit of meat, eggs, you know, butter, stuff like that. But he was showing some of the stuff he would eat to prepare for some of his runs. He was eating fucking rice cakes. He had some, rather than eating those glucose gel pack things, he was basically eating like Nutella, which is loaded with sugar.
Can you recommend some good resources on stoicism/nihilism? Books, videos, etc.
Wouldn't be able to recommend you any literature or videos on the subject. I would just do some Googling. Just do a Google search. Google has an AI thing now too that they can recommend you some books. But yeah, just do some Googling around to find some resources on it if you want to read more about it. Thanks for the donation though, Blackberry. I guess Marcus Aurelius would be one source. Thanks for the donation though, dude. Yeah, so none of these people who are highly active, who claim to be on a low-carb diet, they're not actually on a low-carb diet. I remember that low-carb marathon runner. He was literally eating fucking Nutella that was loaded with sugar, and he was also eating fucking rice cakes and shit. So it's like, they're just full of crap.
Logan Paul says, look, I've seen Natty or Not videos on you, most likely Coach Greg, and they showed pictures of you when you were younger. Remember when he put on, I believe it was 38 pounds?
One donate $2 new gig vid. Oh my god.
Our story begins with Vegan Gaines watching television and eating a lot of beans.
I just ate a lot of beans.
Do you want big muscles? Try the juice. Get big and strong with the juice. The juice is in the creepy castle. Don't be late.
Hell yeah. Look at that. I want to try the juice and get big and strong. I better go to that creepy castle before it's too late. Hell yeah, Ariel Adam. I made it. I hope I have time to do a dance. I'm Vegan Gaines and I love to dance. Hello? I'm here for the juice. I do not see any juice. Holy fuck, where is the juice? I gotta find the juice.
Hey, are you here for the juice? It's down here. Come on, I'll show you. Jump into this hole. Come on. Ah ha ha. You must crawl through the hole to get to the juice. Follow me. Don't be scared.
I'm not scared. I want the juice. How long have we been crawling? I look like I've turned Indian. It feels like forever.
Forever.
This guy is getting progressively more jacked.
Forever is a long time. We made it. Here's the juice. Drink it and you'll get big and strong.
Hell yeah! That's basically what happened. Whoa! I'm so big. I'm big, but I miss my friend.
And so, Vegan Gaines farted and killed everyone in the world. Truly a Halloween to remember.
That was very scary. That was a good Halloween story. Thanks for the donation one. Blackberry donated $2. Let me see.
A true Mediterranean diet is not and never has been a plant-based diet. Typically,
it has been.
In a real Italian restaurant in Italy where Italians eat, the pasta serving size is very small. I've eaten at enough restaurants around the Mediterranean.
I've eaten at a restaurant in Italy and I got a lot of meatballs. So obviously that means the traditional Italian diet is high in meatballs. This Mediterranean diet concept is bogus because I ate lots of meatballs when I was in Italy. Like, what a fucktard, dude. Oh my god. This is like going to Japan and going to like a steakhouse, you know, where they serve the Wagyu beef and everything. And then you say, oh, Japanese people eat tons of fucking red meat and Wagyu beef, because all the steakhouses I went to in Japan, I ate tons of fucking Wagyu. It's like that's not what normal people eat on a daily fucking basis. You idiot, just because you ate out at a restaurant.
And lots of butter, lots of dairy, lots of cheese, lots of stuff from animals.
This guy is such a dumb fuck.
It's around the Mediterraneans eat.
You know, what's also funny is Ken Berry is not a physically fit individual. He just looks like a normal, I don't know what age he is. What is he, like 50 or something now? He looks like just a normal, out-of-shape fucking boomer. And then he goes on and on and on about how the carnivore diet will get you jacked and lean, and then he's just like an out-of-shape boomer. He's such a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, Blackberry. Daniel Penis Fagileric donated $2. Let me see. This is not loading. Oh, there we go.
किसके खिलाफ? तो अगर कोई कुरान नहीं पढ़ता, इस्लाम नहीं करता, तो वो दुश्मन है, उसको मार देना चाहिए।
करने के बाद इंशाल्लाह ताला फिर हज आ जाएगा।
और कुछ नहीं करना जिंदगी में, कोई ख्वाब नहीं है तुम्हारे?
अगर जान में शहीद हो गया तो अगर नहीं शहीद हो गया, अगर जान में शहीद हो गया तो फिर नहीं मर सकते।
Yeah, the religion of peace. You're just Islamophobic. Yeah.
To be happy about.
You're up too old.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Are you a fascist?
I don't think so.
Are you against fascism?
I would say yes.
Then you're Antifa. Dad, are you a fascist?
Wait.
No,
Are you against fascism?
I'm a Republican.
Are you against fascism?
No, I'm for Republican.
Are you against fascism like everybody who fought in World War II was?
Everybody who fought in World War II was not against fascism.
That's literally what we were fighting against.
You're confusing
No, it
me.
wasn't.
Huh? Do you think Hitler was a fascist?
No.
No? Wait a minute. You don't think Hitler was a fascist?
No.
How about Mussolini?
No.
Mussolini literally made the first fascist party. Okay. Woo!
This guy's dad is literally insane. Like, what? Mussolini wasn't a fascist? Oh my god. Dude, boomers are fucking hilarious. Oh. It's a little dog getting groceries. That's nice. Wow. He's got his corn, banana, little bell pepper. He's gonna make a healthy snack. That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Daniel.
How are you feeling? Are you sore after the workout yesterday? The audio was janky. Frank uploaded a new vid.
Was the audio janky? That's weird. Yeah, I am sore. And yeah, we're gonna watch the Frank video. I've also got some court documents to read through. Thanks for the donation, James. We're just going to finish this video first.
Pounds in whatever amount of months. Did you see that transformation? And so I was showing you what Ashton Hall said himself. Hey, look at me here, 20% body fat, whatever. Now look at me here. And so he's up 20 what odd pounds and significantly leaner. And so how do you think that is? Remember, this is the same guy that says he was benching 470 pounds at 19. And so he has to understand that everyone who says he is a fake natty, that they're just making sense. I mean, it's common sense. Unless he has 1 in a million, 1 in 10 million type genetics, then there's no way that this guy is natural.
For years, you at least what the guy said in this particular video, what I thought too.
They all say I'm not natty.
What that guy said. Why didn't he at least say what that manlet said, what that hobbit said? When Michael Hearn refers to Coach Craig, he at least calls me by my second or third name, Mannet, Hoblet, whatever.
Bro, if someone's making a natty or not video about you, you're doing something wrong.
Logan Paul, he knows. If you're making a natty or not video about someone, or perhaps if you're rapping a Jeff Nipaw song about him, you've made it. Jeff Nipaw, yeah. Trendsetter.
Yo, there's only one person on these couches that's not natty, bro. And it's not them.
So here's the thing. I never look at someone and I'm like, oh, you're a fake natty, or not natty, or natty, whatever. You never know who's natural and who's not. Oftentimes men are on HRT, testosterone prescribed by their doctor, or perhaps in clomiphene, and you aren't the wiser. Just because you're not jacked doesn't mean you're not on testosterone. And testosterone can not only make you feel better physically, but mentally as well. Now remember, if you want to get your blood work done or see if you need testosterone and clomiphene, whatever, Algo RX. Click the link, use code Greg for 10% off. And remember, these are significantly reduced prices in comparison to their competition. So if you compare them, for example, to Merrick Health, it's significantly cheaper. It's all about saving.
I have no idea why Greg is suddenly promoting enclomiphene. I have to figure he's getting told to do this. It's really strange. Enclomiphene has more side effects associated with it and is less well tolerated than just going on testosterone replacement therapy. And enclomiphene's a SERM, and there's some potentially very worrying side effects that can arise from it. It affects estrogen in your eyeballs. And if you reduce estrogen in your eyes, that can cause cataracts and ocular degeneration as you age. So it could increase the risk of blindness. So, like, why would you recommend enclomiphene? Like, testosterone's extremely safe. It's one of, if not, like, it may in fact be the most well-tolerated drug ever made. Like, the only other drugs that may have more tolerability are, like, maybe blood pressure meds. But, like, why in the fuck would you recommend enclomiphene when, you know, it can actually trigger depression, anxiety, mood swings. It's known for causing lethargy, sleep issues, dizziness, you know, all these weird side effects. And on top of that, like, there is a potential risk that it can increase, you know, your chances of going blind when you get older. So, like, why would you go on that? Like, just take testosterone.
Money. So whatever your pharmaceutical needs, you can get prescription medications. This is not some scam website. It's not some scam SARM site. This is legitimate prescriptions from doctors. And so if you're interested, click the link in the description.
No, I suck, bro. Holy shit. No, I'm on a really low dose because I'm 40. So I do 80 milligrams test sip.
And so he's only on 80 milligrams of test sip a week. This is not much. He says he's 40. This is a very reasonable dose, and most likely he could take even more. Almost all the people that you see taking HRT are taking 200 milligrams and or more. And in my opinion, that is simply a small cycle.
How long are you in the gym?
Yeah, now 40 minutes.
You're in and out, dude.
And so Ashton Hall now, 40 minutes is all he requires in the gym. And look at his physique. All while he says being 100% natural.
You do cardio? I mean, you do a little.
I sprint.
Yeah.
But I'm bored with cardio. Like, if I do cardio, I have to be reading a book or something.
And so he says, you know, I don't do much cardio, but I do in fact sprint. I'm certain that the sprinting is keeping him fit. But when he does do cardio, he can read a book. I would suggest you watch Coach Greg.
When we'd have recess breaks, in elementary school, I'd be running laps and like climbing the post.
Did he just say that at recess he would be doing this?
Yeah, boy.
Of course, what I would suggest is Ashton Hall gets on the Turk Builder Max and Turk Platinum. Maybe I'll just read somebody who just tries of athletes. He recently started the
fucking Turkesterone. You know, like, it's funny he says this when who in the fuck has a physique like Ashton Hall taking Turkesterone? Like, it's just so ridiculous for him to promote fucking Turkesterone.
Turk Let me read what he said. After about a week, a few notes on Turk. I feel as if it has some metabolic effect. I track my diet daily, and despite raising calories by a few hundred, I'm maintaining weight but leaner. Strength feels as if I've added a SARM. It's odd getting leaner and still holding strength for heavy working sets. I'm running about 40 kilometers a week right now, preparing with Jody for high rocks, and I wanted the Turk to protect a little muscle from the high output. Feeling really dry too. Question, can Jody use Turk? And so my response was, it's even better in women than in men. And so, guys, does this sound like a product that doesn't work? Do you think I paid this guy? Does it look like it's a fake message? Did I write it myself? Is that AI?
You know, it's really strange. Greg said he gained 4 pounds in 1 month from using turkesterone. And I think that was during the time period when he wasn't even taking turkesterone. He was taking mystery powder that just had the analog in it that was similar. It was some other plant phytosteroid. And he said he gained 4 pounds in a month on it. Every one of the people who he's made a video on who's taken it, like Will Tennyson, Hussein Farhat, like all these people, and like the testimony he just gave here, they all mention losing weight and appearing leaner within a few days. So if it's doing anything at all, and I'm skeptical that it even does anything at all. But if it does anything at all, it seems to be acting as either a SERM or a aromatase inhibitor. Because what SERMs or aromatase inhibitors do is they counteract estrogen. And when you counteract estrogen in your body, you tend to lose weight, particularly water weight. So why would you take that if you're an athlete? Like, that's not a good thing. You don't want to lower your estrogen levels in most cases because it's going to make you more prone to injury. Estrogen is beneficial in your body. It helps you heal, recover. It's really important for joints and connective tissue because that's what upregulates collagen synthesis. And on top of that, being dehydrated, losing body water, that's not a good thing. If you're an athlete, you want to be extremely well hydrated. So losing a bunch of water weight and looking drier and everything, like you might look like that aesthetic appearance, but it's terrible for athletic performance. You want to be well hydrated. Your muscles need to have that hydration in order to actually produce force. And like also for injury prevention, like if your muscles are dry and dehydrated, they're just going to snap and tear easier. So like this whole thing is just so fucking stupid, dude.
If it doesn't work, money back guarantee and a $20 gift card. And so if you're interested in getting the world's best natural supplement, Ajuga Trichostatica from Uzbekistan, not the cost.
You know, no one's gotten blood work on this. I'm really tempted to just like buy, you know, a bunch of this. Like get blood work beforehand, see where like my estrogen levels are at, just take a super high dose, get blood work again, and see if this actually affected my E2 levels or something. Because I think this is acting either as an aromatase inhibitor or a SERM, just given some of the side effects people have mentioned. Like some people are also reporting anxiety and jitteriness. That is a side effect of an aromatase inhibitor.
Why do people bully
or
the
SERM.
mentally disabled, and what do you think we should do about it? One time I heard an autistic kid was pinned down in the locker room and restrained from bullies.
Let me see.
Check out my weird dick!
Hey, here, man.
Calvin, me, Bob.
What? Do I know you?
Robbie Weirdick. From high school. What?
Is this an actual movie? I thought this was AI. The Rock is in the shittiest fucking movies. Why is this guy like a big, huge celebrity? Every movie he's ever made is terrible. People like it's a chimpanzee thing. It's just a way of establishing a pecking order. So bullying is just something that, like, you know, chimpanzees do. It just establishes a social hierarchy. And all you have to do is just fight back. This whole thing about you know, oh, violence is never the answer. Talk to a teacher. You know, just like talk about it to friends and maybe they can help. Like it's what dumb women have come up with who work in like the school system. And women don't have to deal with some of the shit the same way men do, and also the way they think. They have like an egalitarian mindset and stuff. They're not confrontational, and like women also aren't they're not competitive like men are. So all this nonsense has come from like stupid fucking women, basically. All you need to do is teach kids to fight back. They might not be like the cool kid who's getting all the fucking pussy, like, you know, the quarterback on the football team. But as long as you fight back, you're just going to make sure that you're not at the very bottom of the pecking order where you're the person who's picked on constantly. So that's the solution to bullying. You just got to teach people to fight back. But thanks for the donation, bullying.
Copycat plant from China. The sign notices that my competition selling the actual legit Ajuga. If you're interested, he can be a switch hitter.
Fucking retarded.
It's fair at all.
All right, Frank Tufano going fucking insane. Yeah, so his lawsuit with Paul Saladino is not going well, and it seems like he's going to owe Paul a big chunk of money.
Lying, cheating, and stealing is one thing. And what these people have done to my life is just unforgivable. And that's the reason they censor and shadow ban me so much, is because if people knew my story and knew the truth about what happened to me, I would have more support than any of these secret society degenerates have ever had in their lives. You know, the only tools they have is their control of social media, because if it was fair at all,
Remember, when he says secret society, he's talking about Jews. That's what he means.
they'd be at the bottom of the list. You know, lying, cheating, and stealing is nothing compared to how evil these people are and what they're willing to do. And calling them a bunch of selfish lunatics is probably a compliment compared to how they truly are. So I'm going to read the court judgment issued by Freeman corrupt shill Nelson Stephen Roman in order to protect his Freeman buddy Paul Saladino. So I'm ordered to not make public statements that Paul Saladino copied, plagiarized, stole, or otherwise improperly used defendants or any other third party's work. Yeah, that was my fault. It was just a coincidence that Paul Saladino was saying the exact same phrases that I was saying.
So he's already violating the court order.
Several months and years later. I understand that now. I apologize. I was wrong. He just happened to say the exact same thing several months later on several dozen occasions, and he just happened to have the same business ideas as me, coincidentally, several months after I had all.
Yeah, so he's already violating the court order. It's obvious he's being sarcastic, and he's, again, reaffirming the statements he made that were proven to be untrue in court that he was ordered not to say.
It was just a big coincidence and misunderstanding.
This was posted a day ago. It wouldn't surprise me if he ends up deleting this at some point.
The patient abuses prescription or illegal drugs, improperly or illegally manipulates social media, or engages in any inappropriate sexual activity. So this is really ridiculous, where I made a few statements that were obviously jokes and satire, and the court is trying to take them seriously. It's just completely stupid, and it's really impeding my freedom of. All of this is impeding my freedom of speech. This is protected speech. If you have an opinion or what you think about someone, you say something, it's protected speech. If you think there's any truth to it or any factor at all, it's.
He has. It's just amazing. This was already fought in court, so this would have been explained to him. You can have an opinion, but some opinions are, like, you know, truth apt. Like, you can have an opinion that somebody is a child rapist. Like, you could think, you know, based on, I don't know, circumstantial evidence that you think somebody raped a child. But if you claim somebody raped a child, but they did not, in fact, rape a child, that's not protected speech. So, yeah, so just because something's an opinion, that doesn't make it automatically protected speech. If you accuse somebody of committing some kind of crime or wrongdoing, that is still libel if you're not able to actually provide evidence for that case. Like, if you can't prove it and it turns out it's not true, then that's libel. You can't just say somebody's a child rapist. And by the way, the big reason that Frank is being sued by Paul is because he accused him of being a child rapist. That's the whole motivation for this lawsuit.
This is the main issue with this judgment, is it's impeding my freedom of speech, and it should never have been allowed in the first place. But this is what these secret society losers do when you try to expose them for what they did to you. They make the truth and the facts illegal. So, hey, Frank Tufano, you know, Paul Saladino just gets his Freemason judge buddy to shut Frank Tufano up so that he can make millions of dollars. Yeah, so then he made me remove all of my YouTube content. Yeah, so this is how evil this guy Paul Saladino is. This is how evil this guy is. Industry plant, literally sent to ruin my life. And after all this stuff he's done to me and bullcrap he's gotten away with, his buddies continue to use the court system to ruin my life. This is what they do. In general, not Paul Saladino. Paul Saladino has never...
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Is, you know, I'm from Uganda, but I also grew up in New York. In New York, you don't really, you know, you go out, some guys are very hesitant to dance. You know, if they're not grinding, they're just standing.
Yeah. He literally... And who knows which accent is fake, right?
Feel like socialism would work in New York City?
No, not necessarily. I voted for Mamdani.
Do you feel like socialism would work in New York City?
No, not necessarily.
Yeah. I guess it's just trendy.
Hakeem Jeffries was asked this morning if you're the future of the Democratic Party. He said no.
Good to know.
Do you have a response?
No, I'm focused on the next 2 days.
Do you think you're the future of the Democratic Party?
I don't dare predict the future. That's why I'm out here canvassing to deal with my anxiety to get through the tape of the future of 9 p.m.
That triggered him, clearly.
If you look at the Korean War, the first year is a war of movement. There's up and down the peninsula. It's unbelievable how much movement there is. But then it's stalemates for the last 2 years. And you think, well, what's going on? Why don't they settle the war sooner? Because both sides are taking incredible losses. Well, here's how it goes. Once China intervenes in the Korean War, and once they halt various offensives to start peace talks, the Chinese do incredible tunnel work, and probably the North Koreans as well, and build an incredible tunnel system. So it means the South Koreans and the UN forces are never going to get anywhere near the Soviet border ever again. And from that moment on, Stalin thinks he's got a low-risk, high-reward strategy where he's going to weaken the United States and delay the rise of China. So what's not to love about fighting to the last Chinese in Korea? Stalin thinks this is great. And it's going to retard Chinese development. It's also because China is so isolated by this war. It has no international friends but Russia. It's going to tie China to Russia ever more firmly and give Russia a breathing space to rebuild after World War II, while its Western enemies are wasting time in Korea.
China's alliance with Russia now is much like the US's alliance with Russia during World War II. Yeah. And there's a very good likelihood China's going to end up taking back Siberia after, the inevitable Russian collapse. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Stolen or plagiarized anything from me. However, in general, other Freemason and Illuminati people like Jake Levy stole my Best Bar idea, copied all of my ingredients, and they just censor and shadow ban me while he makes millions of dollars off of my...
This is so weird. Copied my ingredients. Like, look at any chocolate bar. Chocolate, caramel, sugar, they're all the fucking same. It's just, it's so bizarre how he... And then he copies fucking, what? He copied the Twix bar, he copied Oreos, he copied Pop-Tarts. He's literally selling them as Twix, Oreos, and Pop-Tarts on his website. This guy is the biggest hypocrite.
Products and my ideas. That's what these people do. All of these original ideas and things I came up with, like using mastic gum as chewing gum. Who knows how much money that guy Gum of Gods made. Literally stealing and plagiarizing my idea. The honey for bears thing.
No, he thinks he invented mastic gum?
Copying my honey ice cream. These people have made millions and millions of dollars.
Oh, Frank invented ice cream, too. Oh, wow. That's incredible. I didn't know Frank had the idea for ice cream.
Off of my creative ideas. And they might not be punished now, but when they leave this planet, what are they going to say? So this might be a little long of a video because the report and recommendation is so long, but this was done by the magistrate judge, Judith C. McCarthy, and women are not allowed to be Freemasons as far as I understand, so female judges are usually in the Illuminati. I mean, it's kind of like, what's the saying? Two limbs from the same tree? I can't remember what the saying is, but...
Pro tip for anybody who ever gets into legal trouble. Do not start being antagonistic to the judge and making them your enemy. It does not help you. He's accusing the judge of being part of the Illuminati and is part of some grand conspiracy plot. Dodo donate $2 VG. You know New York City mayor election is tomorrow, right? So are you covering it also? Yeah, we'll cover the election outcome. Nearly 1 million New Yorkers ready to flee New York City if Mamdani becomes mayor, possibly igniting Yeah, if he becomes mayor, you're going to have some of the most wealthy and productive people who are paying a huge portion of the taxes leaving the city. So as soon as this guy becomes mayor, they're going to have an even bigger deficit. And New York already has an issue with generating revenue. Like, they haven't been able to upgrade and fix a lot of their public transport, particularly the subway. They've also had issues funding schools. As soon as this guy becomes mayor, it's going to get even worse. They're going to have huge issues with getting tax revenue. And this guy is talking about raising taxes and shit. So, yeah, everyone's going to fucking leave. He can raise taxes all he wants. You can't tax people who don't live in the fucking city, right? Like, it's fucking retarded. I ended up watching the whole video without you, but watch this last part at least, a few minutes.
An interesting connection to make between World War II and this Russo-Chinese relationship is that the way that we used Russia as basically this reservoir of military men that we can just like ship armaments to, and they can do the dying for us, is similar to how Russia uses China in the war against Japan. Is that, well, they're not actually during that war shipping that much to China, but
No, they aren't
during
doing
the Korean
the thing.
War.
Yeah, Korean War, yes.
Yeah. So there's this, interestingly, Russia is doing to them the kind of alliance that we had with Russia during World War II.
Well, think about today. It's like the Korean War in reverse, because China's dribbling out aid to Russia. Russia's actually getting wrecked by Ukraine, right? The death rate is, Russia's got, 3 times the population or something of Ukraine, but it's the death rate that it's suffering is really high. And these are only children. This is no longer the 10 children, 6 children peasant families in Russia. And it's looking from Xi Jinping, the longer this goes on, the better. Just let Putin keep on working his magic, and I get to sell him stuff. I'll get him to lower the prices of resources because the man's desperate, and Putin will find himself under a Chinese yoke that he does not like. And then at some point, the Russians will reassess. And I don't think they'll like that. The Russians fancy themselves being Europeans and have a whole, I believe, racist package that goes with the Chinese, so that they won't like that whole situation. I don't know how long it takes them to do whatever they're going to do. So a lot of things in foreign policy, you're not going to solve it. They're huge countries. There's no way you're going to solve it. But you need to figure out how to manage it. So to have a blast shield so that whatever fallout comes from their toxic, whatever they're doing, it minimizes how it hits your friends and partners. And this is why you should be focusing on maximizing the economic growth of your friends and partners, because that is the only effective way to deal with them. If you go it alone, who deals with a bully alone? Always gang up on them, right? Really, why would you ever want to go alone with a bully? You'd want to go in with lots of friends. And this is what the World War II generation, so the Marshall Plan, you look at it, you could never get something through that like Congress now, right? And yet it's passed overwhelmingly in Congress because people get it, that you have to spend real money and then the European economies recover. How are they going to do it? Buying our stuff. It's a tremendous win-win. So in strategy, you want to figure out win-win things instead of these zero-sum things where, I invite you over, I humiliate you, I feel good, and then you're mad forever. It's pointless.
Great note to close on.
Yeah, Sarah Payne's smart. Yeah, Russia's absolutely fucked, which is nice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Have you contacted your online doctors yet? No. I'm gonna do that in the next few days.
Basically, they're in the club, they're members of the elite, taking orders from the same person. So the fact that she's even writing a report and recommendation is ridiculous, because there's about 5 motions filed by myself that have not been ruled on. And there's also an active case in the Court of Appeals. And there's 2 motions to stay. There's 1 motion to stay the case in the district court, and there's a motion to stay the case in the appeals court. And the fact that she's writing this report and recommendation to issue
That doesn't sound like something you can do. Isn't an appeals court for something that's already being ruled on? So that sounds like he's not filing things right.
With judgment against me is it's just proof that they're a bunch of corrupt shills that don't follow court procedure, and it's very obvious.
If Isaac got a girlfriend who kept coming over, would that bother you? Like if she's spending the night there constantly. And why would that bother you? Jealousy? Nigga ha ho ha ha ho.
The only reason it would bother me is if she's annoying and I don't like her. Thanks for the donation though, 21st.
What's going on here? You know, the rules don't apply to them. They write all these rules and legal procedures that you're supposed to follow, but they don't have to follow them. They don't have to follow them. They're going to screw you over either way. If it works for them, they'll use them. If not, too bad. So I already filed an objection to this report and recommendation, but I'm going to just explain to you guys how BS this is. So 1A is factual background, and Saladino claims I'm one of his competitors and owner of a food delivery business, and that I promote my own nutritional therapy services. First of all, I'm not his competitor because I was doing this years before he was, and he's not even present in the space. Calling him a competitor to me doesn't make any sense because...
Then why were you complaining about him? Dodo Donatellers, we will look back at history and think, wow, how did Putin not know not to blow all his military resources in Ukraine and least Eastern Russia wide open for China? It will seem so dumb and obvious in hindsight, won't it? Well, it was dumb in foresight, and will be even more obvious in hindsight. Like, I'm sure anybody could have warned him. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Because all of my businesses and things were established way before he even started social media. So that's a little bit misleading. On a defamatory website, Tufano posted sexually graphic and homophobic imagery while trashing Saladino's reputation with absolutely no foundation. I mean, if we're being factual here, Paul Saladino posted an Instagram video of himself tanning his butthole with another man.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Ow, ow, ow. Show them, girl, yeah. Oh, grrr.
Frank might have a point there. Thoughts donated $2. Let me see.
Good evening. There is public outcry tonight over a New Mexico police officer shooting and killing a dog in a truck stop parking lot. And that has prompted police to release the body camera footage of the incident. News 13's Marilyn Upchurch has a look at that video and has answers from the department.
Someone who witnessed the shooting in Clayton posted a video on social media, stirring up backlash against the police department. The Clayton police chief said that video didn't tell the whole story and say their officers didn't have any option but to put the dog.
Maybe all the animals will also be there that Frank killed. Smiley face emoji, cool face emoji, steamer locomotive emoji, dancer emoji, musical notes emoji.
Well, they definitely can't show up to his court case if they're dead, unfortunately. But, hopefully they will get some justice. Thanks for the donation, James.
That would be amazing. Isaac's girlfriend coming over a day or two per week, sometimes 3 days. She leaves the heating on, moves things around, makes noise when you're streaming or sleeping, leaving dirty pans in the sink. You want to cook but the sink is full.
That's great, don't care.
Down. We want to warn you, the video might be hard for some viewers to watch.
There's dangers involved with dogs. I mean, my officers put themselves in harm's way to help retrieve a dog from private property. Remember, this is on private, this is at Love's gas station. Right. We can't just leave the dog there.
The Clayton police chief responding to community outcry after one of his officers shot and killed a dog at a Love's truck stop.
Come here, girl. Come on.
Last night, Clayton police were called to the gas station where employees said they found a large...
Links guy, donate $2.
He stumbled drunk across the train tracks and fell asleep with his head on the rails. But within seconds, a cargo train rushed toward him. It slammed into his skull, spinning him around and dragging him beneath the train. And when it finally screeched to a stop, witnesses thought he was dead. But then he stood up. You see, because he was drunk, his body was relaxed and his limbs were loose, meaning that when he was hit, he moved easily with the train's force and walked away with only a few cuts on his hand.
There's no way his head would... I think that animation was inaccurate. If his head was on the track, he'd be dead.
He was mad because he died in the game, so he researched the other gamer's identity. And after 7 months of stalking, he realized he lived just a few miles away. When he rang the doorbell, the man answered, and suddenly he pulled out a kitchen knife and stabbed the man in the chest. It missed his heart by less than an inch, and somehow the man survived. But the attacker spent 2 years in prison.
I think you should spend life in prison. That dude is unhinged.
Let's work it.
I remember every girl in my high school was into High School Musical, and it was like dumbest fucking shit imaginable. Yeah. What a fucking pussy. He's just lying and milking this whole thing. Thanks for the donation, Links guy.
Animal inside a shed and didn't know what it was.
Stop. 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 Stop it.
Officers quickly realized it was a dog, which can be seen barking and growling at police.
This thing is like foaming at the mouth. What am I gonna do, shoot someone's pet?
After more than 10 minutes trying to get control of the dog with a catch pole, they managed to get it around the dog's foot and pull it out of the shed. Outside the shed, the dog appears to struggle to get free.
I'm gonna get my AR. I don't need this cracking off right here.
Soon after, video shows one officer grabbing a gun from his unit.
I'm sorry, Bubba.
This guy was lazy. Didn't give a fuck. And just said, oh, my shift is almost over. And I have to still do this crap. Let me just shoot it. He did not have to shoot that dog. Wow. They could have just waited to get another catch pole. That is ridiculous. They literally shared the footage on social media thinking, oh, see? This exonerates the cop. They literally had the dog under control. Wow.
Show me when one shot's fired.
They literally had the dog under control.
1041. Correction. That dog was highly aggressive.
Yeah, the dog was not highly aggressive. It was literally under control.
It's tactic.
My shift's almost over. Oh, yeah. Fuck you. This guy should be in jail. The life sentence. Fuck that asshole. Thanks for the... I don't know who sent me that.
Sup Richard. Frank actually looks law resolution IRL. It's insane. I almost feel bad for him now that he's obviously mental. Question, what holidays do you enjoy?
I don't feel bad for Frank. He's a piece of shit. He deserves everything that's coming to him. I don't celebrate any holidays. I kind of enjoy Halloween because scary movies and video games and stuff, but I don't celebrate any holidays. Thanks for the donation, Saxby. Link's guy donated $2. Let me see.
He tossed the hard drive into the trash, thinking it was blank. But a few months later, he realized it was actually his key to 8,000 Bitcoin, which is worth over $800 million today. He begged the city council to let him dig up the landfill, but they refused, saying he could damage the surroundings. So he made a plan that
Yes, damage the garbage.
used special drones and robot dogs, hiring a team of experts to carry it out. And he even tried to buy the whole landfill. But to this day, the hard drive is still buried somewhere under millions of...
Yeah, that's rough. I heard about that story.
Alright guys, we're back with another video. Who we got here today? Josh Moore, two-time All-American at Penn State. You think you can take me down?
I think so.
What is your experience within the wrestling and combat world?
I've been a coach for 20 years. Started wrestling when I was 7 or 8 years old, so I've been doing this a long time.
You told me you have the pin record for Penn State, most pins in a season?
Correct.
What do you think the chances, 1 out of 10, you take me down today?
6.5.
It seems like staged. Alright, well, it's kind of cool.
He pulled the dying crocodile from the riverbank and took it home to treat its injuries. For 6 months, he kept it in a secret pond behind his house, where he would feed it 9 pounds of meat a day. He even slept beside it, thinking his love would heal its wounds. And when he tried to release it back to the wild, the crocodile refused to leave and ended up staying with the man for over 20 years. Now, during this time, they performed shows for tourists, and when it finally died, the man held a public funeral.
Yeah, I know about that story. Thanks for the donation, Links guy. Gigliardo, Vegan Gains. Well, thank you, Gig. Kid Boo, donate $2. Let me see. Yeah, that looks painful. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
I show them, girl, yeah.
So that's a factual statement.
Alright, well, Frank may have a point there. I think where he crossed the line is when he accused Paul of having inappropriate sexual relations with underage boys. But yeah, Paul has done some gay shit on social media, apparently.
I'm not allowed to say that Paul Saladino engages in any inappropriate sexual activity, but I don't think that's sexual activity. I think he's just getting some vitamin D on his butthole next to another man who's getting vitamin D on his butthole. That's a fact. That's a matter of fact. And to say that with absolutely no foundation, I mean, come on. How ridiculous are we going to be here, you know?
Nah, haven't played Ready or Not. Don't know when I'm going to stream with Isaac.
You missed my membership, dumb fuck.
Did I? Oh yeah, there it is. Well, thank you for the membership, Bootycum. Thanks. Thanks for the donation.
How ridiculous is this judge going to be? Defendant never answered the amended complaint because defendant was never served the amended complaint. And Paul Saladino's lawyer, David Lynn, filed a fraudulent affidavit of service, which is enough grounds to dismiss this case. There's probably 10...
Link's guy, donate $2. Let me see.
She slammed into him, and he flew through her windshield. But she was drunk, and instead of calling for help, she drove home with him still stuck in the glass. Once she was in her garage, she apologized, only to leave him there for 2 more days as he bled out. When he finally died, she and her friends stuffed his corpse into a car trunk and dumped it in the park. But after she bragged about it at a party, police discovered her crime.
Well, that's a dumb bitch.
Show me how you do it. There you go, push. Feel that movement? Good, stop. Now, what I want you to do is pull your knees up to your chest. And when you do it, when you lean over, you pull your knees up to your chest, and now you push, okay?
Like that?
Yeah, like that, in that position. And stay in that position the whole time. Don't push down, just stay in the crouched position. Here we go. Knees up. Now lift your butt up in the air. Now drop down. Now push up. Now push up. Now push up. Now push up. There you go.
Okay.
This girl was just driving when suddenly her tire popped.
Oh, that's not good. Really not good.
And then immediately going to put on some lip gloss, completely unbothered.
What a dumb bitch. Idiot.
People were confused when they saw this runner slow down right before winning the marathon, because just moments earlier, as he approached the finish line, he turned around to make sure no one could steal the victory. But what really confused people was that you can clearly see another runner sprinting full speed in the final meters. So when he slowed down, the other guy came flying past, leaving him with the silver medal.
Yeah, I've seen that. Thanks for the donation, Link's guy.
Different court misconduct and legal malpractice reasons that this case should be dismissed, and they're not doing any of them. It's completely ridiculous. Defendants never answered the amended complaint. Yeah, because, again, David Lynn, this crooked lawyer that this judge is just bending over backwards for, commits perjury with his affidavit of service. Judge Roman denied defendants' motion to vacate the entry of default, in part that defendants were properly served and that defendants' default was willful. I mean, it's pretty difficult to prove that I was properly served when the address on the affidavit of service is my parents' house and not my house. That's just factually incorrect. It was not properly served. It's an example.
Yeah, so, Frank put his business address as his parents' address. And I'm pretty sure that was like the only address that they had access to, like that they could possibly know. So he's basically admitting that he's the one who fucked up. If his business address is his parents' address and then he moved out of his parents' house and he's not collecting mail from them, he can't fucking say, oh, well, I was never served. I have the wrong address on my thing. So he's just full of shit. Kid Boot on $2 the goat.
Would they give a woman with 5 kids by 5 different men and she can't afford a place to live? They give her an apartment. They give her a house. They give her a WIC. They give her help from the state. You know what they give a man who got 5 kids by 5 different women that he can't afford to take care of?
Nothing.
They put him in jail. They put him in the state.
Yeah.
She gets help from the state. We get put in the state.
Yeah.
That ain't crazy. Nobody ever said. Think about it like this. A woman can go to
That is a pretty good point.
what's that thing where they donate money to them people?
GoFundMe?
Yeah, GoFundMe. A woman can start a GoFundMe and say, you know, I got these kids, I can't really take care of them. Can y'all send me some money? People feel bad. Oh man, why a man can't say, nigga, I owe child support. Can y'all send me some money? And think about where the money would go.
Yeah.
To that woman.
Yeah.
They still wouldn't do it.
Yeah, no, they won't. Hell no.
Because they want a man to be punished. Why do you think they put a man in jail for not paying child support? Because if money mattered, if you were that woman, you'd be like, hold on, don't put this nigga in jail. Give him a job.
Yeah.
Why would the punishment be to make him go to jail where he's just going to continue to be behind on child support? And yet the woman says, oh, she's happy now.
Yeah, it's fucking retarded. If this was about making sure that the kids get money, then why in the hell don't they set him up with a job or something? It's fucking retarded. He's got a good point there, actually. So yeah. When he's not being like a crazy racist, Tommy Sotomayor makes some good points. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Of court misconduct, it's completely ridiculous. These people are a bunch of liars. Judge Roman held that defendants failed to provide any underlying facts or allegations to support their conclusory contentions that Tufano's statements about plaintiff were true or genuinely held. They're literally hours and hours of YouTube content like that he had deleted. I wonder why. Basically, throughout the 5 years this case has been ongoing, judge has not allowed me to defend myself in any capacity, has denied all of my motions. It's just completely crazy. There's, dozens and dozens of motions that have been filed, and the judge has denied every single one of mine. I wonder why. I'm literally the victim.
You're insane.
The whole premise of this is that this guy was allegedly, Tufano posted a video on his YouTube.
It shows his narcissistic personality disorder. Like, if every single court case you ever have, you end up having some issue with the judge where they won't listen to you, or they explain to you did something wrong, or what you're arguing for doesn't make any sense. Maybe you'd take a hint and figure, oh, maybe I'm in the wrong, or maybe I'm doing something that's not right. No. Oh, they're all against me. Oh, they're part of the Illuminati.
YouTube channel. And Tufano stated during the video, maybe you should join the rat in Costa Rica. I'm sure he has plenty of teenage boys to go around.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe the legal sex age in Costa Rica is 15 or 16, so I'm not sure how that matters at all. It's legal.
Yeah, so he's admitting, again, he's just incriminating himself. He's oh my god, dude. This is about criminal libel. So, obviously, well, I don't know if it's criminal libel. I guess this is civil libel. If you're accusing somebody of having inappropriate sexual relationships with 15 or 16-year-old boys, it doesn't matter if it's technically legal in Costa Rica. What matters is this guy has a business in the United States, and just internationally, that sort of thing would not be socially acceptable at all. A grown man in his late 30s or early 40s having a sexual relationship with a 15-year-old boy. So him saying, oh, well, I think it's legal in Costa Rica, so what's the issue? The issue is you're saying something that isn't true that would harm his reputation and also potentially harm his business. So he's just incriminating himself and admitting, oh yeah, well, I accused him of these things.
How is it inappropriate? To each his own. The affidavits and other documentary evidence submitted by plaintiff in this instant action provide a sufficient basis from which the court can reasonably ascertain damages on the remaining claims, and therefore no hearing is required. He's unable to prove damages because he's made millions and millions of dollars over these past few years. Anything I say about this guy is censored or shadow banned, so no one really found out about it anyway. Otherwise, how would Paul Saladino have tens of millions of followers across all social media platforms while I've had the same amount of followers for the past 5 years now? He cannot prove damages because he has profited immensely off of his scheme. Effective dissolve corporation. Tufano argues that damages should not be awarded against defendants because he does not currently own or operate any online stores under his personal name or that of the corporate defendant. Based on public records, Frankie's Free Range Meat was dissolved on August 31st. Tufano admits that he voluntarily dissolved the company after the instant lawsuit was commenced. So this judge is now lying. The company was
For real nigga. Does Isaac have a girlfriend? Do you know? Did he finish moving in? What % of the rent is that nigga paying? What does he do all day? Does he just stay home? Play video games? On the computer all day? Does he even hug you or say goodnight?
I don't think he has a girlfriend, no. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
after an instant lawsuit was commenced. After the instant lawsuit, plaintiff asserts that even if the company was dissolved, defendants remain jointly and severely liable for the claims in this case. I don't really understand what the judge is trying to do here. The judge is saying that me and Frankie's Free Range Meat are liable for this judgment. Now, Frankie's Free Range Meat in this context is my business that was shut down in New York. So I don't know what they're trying to do here. It's long gone. We're not in the Bronx anymore. That business is completely shut down and bankrupt. FFRM can be liable for actions that occurred before its dissolution. This is the biggest issue. And this is another way the case should be dismissed. Any judge would not have allowed my business to be added to the case because it has no subject matter jurisdiction. The business was started after this lawsuit was commenced. And Frankie's Free Range Meat as a business has absolutely nothing to do with this lawsuit. Absolutely nothing. It's insane that a judge would even allow the business to be added on, and then for this judge to say that
he literally uploaded the shit to his YouTube channel while promoting his Frankie's Free Range Meat business. So yeah, I'm not a legal expert, but sounds like it's related to me.
my business committed actions against him, it's fucking crazy. Another complete reason to dismiss this case. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so if I'm remembering correctly, Frank got the domain name for like paulsaladino.com. He, on that website, accused Paul of having sex with underage children, gay sex with underage children, to be specific. And then he linked to his Frankie's Free Range Meat website. So it sounds to me like this is related.
So Paul Saladino is requesting $100,000 in damages for a cyber piracy claim.
Nighty night, Isolus.
Which is the maximum, because I used the domain name willfully and maliciously to defame Saladino while using Saladino's name to promote defendants' own businesses. Absolutely not true. The domain name contained defamatory content and linked to defendant's YouTube channel. It's a public website. It's hosting a public YouTube channel. Plaintiff lost revenue because of defendant's use of the domain name. Never been proven. There is a high need for deterrence because Tufano uploaded defamatory, homophobic, and sexually graphic images on the site and bought the domain name specifically to attack plaintiff. Is hosting a YouTube video, is hosting a public domain on a website name not allowed that was legally purchased. This is completely ridiculous. Tufano.
This has already been explained to him. You can't buy a domain name of somebody's name, pose as that person or their business, and then upload defamatory statements about them. This has already been explained to him, so he's just lying. Like, he's acting ignorant, but this is all being explained to him.
Willfully created the domain name to tarnish plaintiff's reputation and drive sales for his own business. I purchased that domain name to protect my life's work and research. Everything I worked for the 5 or 6 years on YouTube.
That's a lie. He bought the domain name for paulsaladino.com to defame Paul and accuse him of being a gay child sex rapist. And he linked to his Frankie's Free Range Meat website.
YouTube doing videos almost every day, everything I work so hard for. I explained what was happening. That's why I purchased that website. This has nothing to do. I'm not trying to tarnish someone's reputation. I'm telling the fucking truth. If telling the fucking truth tarnishes your reputation, you belong in the fucking free basement and drive sales for his own business. Fucking prove it. Fucking prove it. You have no proof.
He linked to his Frankie's Free Range Meat website with a fucking fake website he made.
Whatsoever. And I guarantee you, if anything, me making that website and publishing those videos caused me to lose business, because anything negative makes you lose business. If I wanted to make money and just promote my business, I would not have even said a word about this guy ever on my YouTube channel. I felt I had a moral obligation.
Yeah, right. I deliberately lost money for no reason. Okay.
Does Isaac stay home all day to just play video games? Do you go grocery shopping for both of you? Does he help out with chores around the house or do anything besides play games and act cold? Sounds like somebody I used to know. And you used to know.
Yeah, that's
Smile.
great. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
And a right to defend what I work so hard for. Bunch of fucking liars and thieves. Even after Judge Roman ordered defendants to remove defamatory content from online, defendants failed to promptly comply. They were mad that someone else re-uploaded my videos. For months and months and months, this dickhead complained to the court about YouTube videos.
When are you two going to go to Tenin Vegetarian together? You know, Isaac's favorite restaurant. How often does he make you order greasy Chinese takeout? Is he a big fan of vegan mayo and Gardein chicken tenders?
Probably won't go to Tenon for a while because that's quite a drive. Thanks for the donation though, 21st.
Videos that were on someone else's channel. This little stuff that these morons don't realize and then penalize me for is fucking disgusting. Like, are you too stupid that you don't even realize that the video defaming your client is on a different YouTube channel? Has recently reiterated that the statements he made are truthful. Thus, the court finds that Tufano acted willfully and maliciously, and the need for deterrence is high. Bunch of crooks. Accordingly, I respectfully recommend awarding plaintiff the statutory maximum of $100,000 for plaintiff's cyber piracy claim. It's fucking crazy. The domain was available on Namecheap, and I purchased it fairly. How is that cyber piracy? Plaintiff seeks statute.
Again, this is already being explained to him. You can't just buy like the domain. I don't know. Like let's say for whatever reason the domain Walmart.com is up for sale. You can't buy Walmart.com and then like make a bunch of posts about like the Walmart CEO being a gay child rapist. You're posing as a business or like entity or somebody who you aren't, and then making libelous statements about them. You can't do that.
Unlawful registration of domain name. Plaintiff seeks statutory damages for defendant's unlawful registration of the domain name under blah, blah, blah. How is it unlawful registration? The domain name was active under defendant's control and displayed defamatory content. So they don't award for that because there's no private right of action. Again, they keep calling these videos defamatory, but if telling the truth is
You know the relationship is getting serious when Richie takes you to Tenin. I assume you'll be the one grocery shopping every week. It wouldn't make much sense for you to both separately go, right? And Isaac has too many video games to bother going.
That's great. He only plays Apex Legends, but thanks for the donation, dude.
defamatory, then too bad. It is clear on the record that the primary reason that Tufano made the defamatory statements, first of all, you're referring to me saying that someone copied me as defamatory. I mean, and I had adequate proof that I was being copied, so it's not defamatory. Like, this is ridiculous. So you guys probably understand, but they're basically saying me making a website to defend myself against this guy is defamatory, which is like saying This guy, this is like, imagine if he mugged me on the street and then I made a video complaining that he mugged me. Like, that's what they're doing here. They're saying, oh no, don't say bad stuff about him. He might have mugged you, but if you say that, it's defamatory. It's ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. They're just trying to turn the story on me. This is disgusting how far Saladino's tongue is up this joke. This is what these do. They just do whatever they want. They're allowed to lie, cheat, and steal as much as they want. Tufano's particularly reprehensible conduct. These people are... This is exactly what the New York made an anti-slap law about a year after this case was filed. And I did file special motion to strike because all of this is all freedom of speech. This is protected speech. None of this is defamation. Yeah, so then they awarded $80,000 in attorney's fees, and man, did this head lawyer, David Lynn, take this guy for a ride. He took him for a ride. And that has a lot to do with this. That has a lot to do with this. Saladino really hates me, and he wanted to just like, he was like, oh, I'll pay whatever it is to shut this guy up. Shut this guy up. 80 grand. They'd probably spend more than that. Yeah, and then they try to justify him spending $80,000 on this case when I probably spent like less than $9,000 in attorney fees. So it's ridiculous that they're going to even try to justify that. Like, if there was a slight discrepancy, okay, you could justify, okay, maybe $80,000 was justified on this case, but no. I spent $9,000. He spent $80,000. Who's getting jerked around here? Him. His lawyer jerked him around, substantially overcharged him. Who missed whatever corrupt BS is going on, for this judge to allow such a blatant it's completely stupid. Yeah, this is just more disgusting and corruption. You know, you guys know the truth. This evil jerk off industry plant. Let me go grab my response so I can explain the cyber piracy stuff more. It's still unbelievable to me how...
Hey, I've been thinking we should adopt some bunnies, another cat, 2 dogs, and a horse. But when I leave, you'll be the one responsible for them. Or at the very least, I expect you to pay me the equivalent of child support for them. Nigga.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, Isaac.
How this case is still going on and that it hasn't been dismissed for, I mean, there's 5 concrete reasons minimum to dismiss this case. You know, 1, the lack of proper service, for the perjury committed for the affidavits, like all of the court and judicial misconduct and blatantly ridiculous stuff, the tortious interference and ruining my life. Like, it's so ridiculous that these jerk-offs are pushing this, and I will spend, I don't care what they do, I'll spend every day to the rest of my life exposing these people on social media, because it's all I can do. It's all I can do. And I said this in the beginning. There's amended complaint, motion to disqualify, demand for jury trial, special motion to strike, motion to stay. There's 5 motions that have not been ruled on that this judge should be making recommendations on. Instead, she just ignored all of them and made her own BS report on how Paul Saladino should get money. And so I objected to the factual background, which is incorrect. They're trying to claim that I offered services on that website and cyber piracy, that the domain was unlawfully registered. It was purchased on Namecheap.com. The domain was freely open and available, and I never answered the amended complaint because it was not.
Prediction, in a few weeks, at latest maybe a month or few months at the very latest, Niged Burgess will start skipping donations that mention Isaac, impersonate Isaac, or specifically mention him in a way that invokes his past relationship experiences.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I understand Ask Yourself has just recently moved in. Where is he though?
He's upstairs just doing some more unpacking and cleaning and stuff. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Properly served, we said that. Yeah, objection to legal standards. Plaintiff Paul has not proved he has suffered any damages, and all legal fees spent in this action were used to maliciously and horrifically harass Me. Objection to damages and cyber piracy. Frank Tufano did not register a domain name similar to another party's trademark. Plaintiff Paul Saladino operates under the trademark Carnivore MD and in no way, shape, or form used his personal name to advertise his business services at the time of this lawsuit, nor did he register any trademark under his personal name or any name similar to the domain name.
Your jobs are to clean, take care of the house, pay the bills, pay for my car, take care of the animals, pay for the animals, stop scaring the animals, stop punching the pillow, it scares me, sleep in a different room than me even though we are married.
That's great. Thanks for the
Used by
donation,
Frank
dude.
Tufano to host a publicly available YouTube video. The key aspects of cyber piracy are intent to profit. Frank Tufano did not attempt to sell and did not make any monetary benefits from this domain name. Domain name similarity. Paul Saladino was using the trademark Carnivore MD, which is not similar in any way.
Who will be responsible for mowing the lawn, by the way? Also react.
With vegan gains, we love.
Wait, he is still unpacking stuff. How much did he bring with him when he first moved?
There's just a lot of, like, I think it's mostly food and stuff with mason jars and shit. And he's still figuring out, how he wants to set up, like, his room and shit like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Way, shape, or form to paulsaladino.com. I'm sure if Paul intended to use his name, he would have purchased the domain before me because he was on social media for years and the domain name was still available. There were no provable damages to Paul Saladino as a result of this domain registration, nor did Frank Tufano profit in any way from the use of this domain, paulsaladino.com. It's a really, and that's their main claim. Their main claim is completely dismissed because cyber.
Dodo, donatillers, will there be any VG Ask Yourself IRL 2v2 debates? Can we get some debates set up? I don't see you debate enough, and please, not about useless topics like threshold deontology or the Izot gap or shit no one cares about. I mean about veganism or politics or something. Very few people want the smoke, dude. It's hard to kind of set up debates at this point. So, I wouldn't get your hopes up. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Piracy is a bullshit claim. Acting like I stole the website and ruined someone's life. It's fucking stupid. Domain was available for 3 years while you were jerking off with the name Carnivore MD. And all this talking about defamation and slander and hateful speech, I was defending my own YouTube videos. It's fucking comical. Yeah, none of the statements made by Frank Tufano have been proven to be defamatory or factually incorrect. Court is taking plaintiff's accusations as a matter of fact when the legal paperwork and default judgment was never served on defendant, and the accusations in the question were never disputed. So that they can't have it both ways. They either have to give me a chance to actually defend myself and explain myself, or they have to serve the default properly. Like, it's fucking stupid. They're doing both. They didn't serve the default properly, and they're not giving me any chance to defend myself. The worst part about this is, well, definitely not the worst part about this, but another concrete reason for this case to be dismissed is the financial records that Paul Saladino's lawyer submitted aren't even from my business. That's the funniest thing to me.
Now that you are finally doing a full stream again, please react to this.
There is every indication that the Israelis intend on remaining in the Gaza Strip. Now, the so-called peace deal that President Donald Trump brokered was supposed to create a situation in which eventually the Israelis would withdraw from the Gaza Strip. But
yeah, but Hamas broke the ceasefire, so.
It appears that's not going to happen. Now, if you're surprised by that, then you have to be the most naive person on the planet. Or maybe you haven't been paying attention to this story as closely as we have. The reality is the whole game, the whole point has been to steal that land in the first place. Benjamin Netanyahu didn't facilitate the funding of Hamas.
There's no land to steal. They're not a country.
Hamas because he wanted the Palestinians to be governed by a well-funded government, okay? He funded Hamas because he planned this from the very beginning, okay? Prop up Hamas, Hamas carries out horrible atrocities.
Yes, the Jewish conspiracy.
Atrocities on October 7th. IDF soldiers claim, testimony you can see, by the way, for yourselves, it's on tape, that they had stand down orders that day. Takes the IDF hours to respond.
What do you mean stand down orders? It was a huge holiday.
To Hamas as they're committing their atrocities. Yoav Gallant eventually confesses that the Hannibal Directive was deployed, meaning IDF soldiers, when they find
They did not, there was no order of Hannibal Directive. This is just complete nonsense.
finally did respond.
Like, by the way, this isn't the own you think it is. Like, if they believe it's better to be killed than be captured by Hamas, what does that tell you? It's like, it's so silly.
Ended up killing their own people in an effort to prevent Hamas from.
There's no evidence whatsoever they ended up killing their own people. And again, how is that an own? It's like you can see what the Japanese did in World War II, how they tortured POWs. Like, if the United States ended up having a policy where, you know, if you need to kill people who are getting captured by the Japanese, just do it. Because it's better to be killed than get captured by the Japanese. That's not like an indictment against the Americans, that's an indictment against the Japanese. Like why are they using this as some kind of own? Like if Hamas is so bad that they think it's better to be just killed than be captured by them, that's a criticism of Hamas, not the IDF. So stupid.
Good, just bulldoze that shithole and get it over with.
Yeah, seriously. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Ian Curley, this ice singer is better than 99% of Hollywood singers, and you have to watch for at least 15 seconds, no negotiations.
He didn't walk me down no.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
From taking them hostage because they didn't want Hamas to have any leverage. And then
I have someone who needs a roommate, but that's in like a year. Once Isaac moves out, can this guy move in? He's like 50 years old, vegan, Australian, gets way more pussy than you, so maybe he can teach you a thing or two, specifically virgins that are 18.
use this as the precursor, the excuse for everything that has transpired in Gaza over the last 2 years. That is the reality of the situation. And the
Standing Wolf 7, you are cute.
All right, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
land theft, that'll be the final part. So the piece that I'm referring to is from the Wall Street Journal titled, "A Trip to Gaza's New Yellow Line Shows Israel is Digging In. The temporary dividing line between two foes is becoming more permanent with earthworks and plans for civilian infrastructure." Why am I not surprised? So on Tuesday, the Israeli military took journalists for the first time. Of course, they're escorting them, so journalists aren't free to report from the Gaza Strip as they would want to. They're being escorted, they're being manipulated by the IDF. But nonetheless, they were taken for the first time to see the so-called yellow line that has separated the Israeli and Hamas-controlled areas of Gaza since the ceasefire came into effect. Just a reminder that last night, 104 Palestinians were slaughtered by the Israelis. That's not a ceasefire. Israel still controls over 50% of the Strip, as you can see from this map.
My God.
Somewhere between 53 to 58%. I've seen conflicting reports on that, but certainly more than 50%. So all along the yellow line, Israeli forces are manning existing outposts and putting up new ones. The IDF is laying down yellow painted concrete blocks to formally mark the line, but military officials say that only around 10 to 20% of that work has been completed so far. Now Trump's, you gotta laugh, Trump's peace plan dictates that Israel is supposed to pull back farther toward Gaza's borders once the international security force is on the ground and Hamas has been disarmed. But there's no indication either of those things will happen, at least not anytime soon.
So that sounds like that's Hamas's fault for not disarming, doesn't it?
And Israel really doesn't seem like they have any intention of retreating.
Yet why would they if Hamas isn't disarming?
Israeli military officials say they are preparing for the possibility the yellow line could remain their defensive position for the.
Okay, so they're just still fucking retarded.
Like, how are they just ignoring that? It's crazy to me. It's some LLC. It's like something weird, like LLC, LYT Broth LLC. Not my LLC. I have no clue what it is. It has a few $1 million in revenue. That's what he's using as my income justification. When I have no business is not named in this lawsuit, and the judge said, "Oh, yeah, that's a lot of money, so we can get it from Frank Tufano." It's like fucking.
The man I'm speaking of has 1% body fat, super lean, ripped abs. Despite being 50 and full natty bra, he has money. He doesn't need to beg like yourself. Speaking of, isn't Isaac jobless? How can he afford to pay you for rent? Makes you wonder. Did she really just say Israelis kill themselves to avoid giving Hamas leverage? Not out of fear of torture/grape? Batshit crazy take.
Like, we know what some of the Hamas hostages look like that dude who was starving to death. It's so ridiculous, dude. These people are just psychotic. TYT is not, it's not news. It's just communist propaganda, really. Thanks for the donation though, Yoshi. Mike donated $2. Is this worth reacting to? ? Restricted video not available in my country. I can't watch it. Thanks for the donation though, Mike.
How in the almighty fuck are the Young Turks still around, VG?
That's a good question. I guess there's a market for fucktards. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Brain dead shit. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. It's complete fraud and ridiculous shit. Why don't you go ask LYT Broth LLC to pay you? It's ridiculous. How is that even allowed?
Who would you choose as a roommate for 1 year if Isaac had to be replaced? You have to pick one. Frank, Jason, Stefania, Harley, 21SD_Savage, Penguins 0, Nick Fuentes.
I guess Stefania. Thanks for the donation, Alan.
Loud. I just don't get it. How is this ridiculous level of fraud and perjury and lies allowed? It's like a basic thing. It's like him saying, "Oh, Google made $5 billion last year, so yeah, Frank Tufano has a lot of money." Like, you guys are ridiculous, and no one cares. Like, I would hope someone in the appeals court is reading this and actually has half a brain. Objections to attorney fees. There was no infringement of trademark because plaintiff never owned the trademark and never served default documents to defendant. Defendant's default cannot be willful if he was never served the paperwork at his residence or domicile. Plaintiff and the court cannot prove that Frank Tufano was served amended complaint or legal documents without committing perjury and fraud. Plaintiff Paul Saladino continued to file unnecessary actions because of his hate towards Frank Tufano. Plaintiff clearly has no financial limitations on his legal budget and used it to harass Frank Tufano, with the corrupt court system allowing the fraud and misconduct to go unchecked. Yeah, that's me just explaining that the hours are unreasonable. Frank Tufano has not violated any laws, nor did they serve him with the default judgment, and therefore Frank Tufano should not be responsible for any fees he is. They're just not playing by any rules. This whole case should be dismissed, and they should be required to refile it and file the proper court procedures. You know what happens when I try to do a legal case without serving documents to someone? The judge tells me to reserve the papers. I've been chasing that kid Jake Levry around with the Jacob bar that copied my best bar for like 3 years now. And every time I submit documents to the court, the judge says, "Oh, you didn't properly serve him." But you know what happens when Paul Saladino's clown attorney, David Lynn, commits perjury and files a fraudulent affidavit? Oh no, Frank Tufano's guilty. It's fucking crazy. This is what these and assholes do. When the rules work for them, it's fine. You have to reserve him because you didn't properly serve him. But when they don't follow the rules, they just commit perjury and fraud and say I was served when I wasn't, and they just go with it as if my word doesn't mean anything. There is no legitimacy to the procedural actions in this court by its servants or the legitimacy to the actions of any lawyers. It is built on perjury, fraud, and orders given to these parties free brethren, to which they no longer act as a representative of this court. This is the important thing to understand. These people are not acting as representatives of the United States as judicial officials. They are being told by their secret society buddies to rule in favor of Paul Saladino, and that is blatantly evident by the fact that not one thing I have filed has been accepted. Because the oaths sworn by individuals in this lawsuit to take precedent over any obligations sworn to the United States judicial system, all parties' decisions should be regarded as fraudulent and biased, and this entire matter should be dismissed. Go figure. Good luck with that one. There is no other explanation as to why such experienced attorneys and judges are making such amateur mistakes, even committing perjury, allowing judgments to be made against individuals who have not even been served documents. There is no explanation for the judicial representatives to rule in favor of plaintiff unless they have personal obligations and favoritisms, which they do. Why else would Paul Saladino be allowed to make millions of dollars off of Frank Tufano's life's work and then further ruin his life by getting his Freemason buddy judge to silence the victim? Frank Tufano is a victim in this action and is being further harassed by the horrific and evil individuals that are in charge of this court system, who have no regards for anyone but themselves and furthering their own interests. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the main thing I'm worried about and the reason I'm fighting this so hard is because I'm worried that, something might happen to my family or my parents. I don't have any money or assets. After I saw how crooked these Freemasons and these evil people are, I just got rid of everything I own. You guys know I did a lot of giveaways. I gave everything away. I don't have any money myself, so I'm not worried about myself.
So again, we know he made $5 million in gross income in 2024, but he has no money. He said he spent another $60,000 in plastic surgeries, but he has no money.
But I'm scared because this guy Lynn sent out fraudulent affidavits. I actually filed motions to quash, claiming the affidavits were fraudulent because they were, and the judge denied my motion, of course. But if he was able to get documents from entities not named in this lawsuit using fraudulent subpoenas, what's stopping him from using a judgment fraudulently to get money from my family? That's what I'm really scared about. These people are f***ing crooked. They don't play by the rules. What's stopping them from stealing money from my family, relatives, or anyone?
I'm not saying it's good, but it's better than 99% of the filth that comes out of Hollywood.
I don't know. It's still trash. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Anyone else with a similar name or I mean, not even a similar name.
Where the fuck did that $5 million go, VG?
I have no fucking idea. No clue. Yeah, that's a mystery. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
He was able to get financial documents from a company named LYT Broth LLC. There are a few other ones too. He got financial documents from businesses not named in this lawsuit because he overreached as an attorney, and it's fucking crazy to me. So if he's able to use a fraudulent subpoena to get financial documents from any entity he wants, what's stopping him from using a judgment to get money from anyone he doesn't like? As if, because the people that gave him those financial documents clearly didn't read the name. They didn't even read the name on the subpoena. If they did, he wouldn't have any financial documents. So this whole thing is crazy to me, and I don't know what's going to happen. That's the main thing I'm worried about. You know, what's stopping this guy from stealing money from my family or relatives? He's crooked as he's done it before, and that I've said this to the judge, and this whole case needs to be dismissed because it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. These people are evil. They certainly don't want to help me. They're censoring my videos. All I can do is spread the word as much as possible and hope you guys help me. I mean, the best analogy for this is like being a police officer. Shoot as many people as you want as a police officer. You're not going to jail, but you don't have that badge, you're going to be in prison the rest of your life. That's a very good analogy of what it's like being an average person versus being.
What are your thoughts on what Frank is saying?
He's insane and a liar and completely and utterly full of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Juan. Appreciate it.
I am in absolute shock at what Paul Saladino's lawyer, David Lynn of Lewis & Lynn, has got.
And now he is doxing Paul's lawyer.
Gotten away with. Not only should my lawsuit have been completely dismissed because of these ridiculous actions, this guy should be disbarred. This is so ridiculous that he's allowed to do this in the court and that any judge would allow it. I guess Paul Saladino, being a really connected Illuminati industry shill, might explain that, the connections. That's why he's allowed to do whatever he wants, and the judge sides with him. So, number one is misrepresenting what I said to make a defamation claim. And he took my jokes and statements out of context from YouTube, added words to them, and the judge accepted that as fact. It's just completely crazy. You can make anyone guilty of any crime if you can add words to what they said. It's ridiculous. So the defamation claim is completely fraudulent. He lied about how my domain was obtained and how it was used to make it eligible for a cyber piracy claim. Yeah, I committed cyber piracy when I legally purchased a domain from Namecheap and used it to host a YouTube video. Yeah, that really sounds like cyber piracy. Number three, he lied to add my business to the lawsuit. It has no subject matter jurisdiction. My business was created after this lawsuit was even filed, and my business never stated or said anything about this guy. And the judge allowed him to add it, so it makes no sense whatsoever. Number four, and probably the most significant one, is he committed perjury when filing fraudulent affidavits of service for both the complaint, the lawsuit, and the default judgment. He said that I was served the court documents when they were delivered to my parents' house, which is completely crazy that the judge would even allow it. All of these things are easily enough grounds to completely dismiss the case, but the judge is bending over backwards for him and allowing this because they're all Freemason butt buddies and they're trying to screw me over to teach me a lesson that you can't defend yourself when Freemasons try to steal from you. You have to let Freemasons steal from you. You're not allowed to run a business in the United States of America. You're not allowed to unless you're a secret society Illuminati butt buddy.
Like, by the way, all he had to do was not accuse Paul of being a gay child rapist, and none of this would be happening.
I don't even want to get into that. Number five, He committed fraud and improperly used subpoenas to obtain financial documents from entities not named in the lawsuit. So it's like he's suing me, but he got financial documents from Google and said that was my income. And the fact, I mean, and that's two things.
Those weren't just financial documents from Google. Those were his like T3 or T4s.
He used the subpoenas fraudulently, and then he submitted those fraudulent documents to the court as mine. So it's crazy. This guy should be disbarred. He shouldn't be allowed to be a lawyer, and any judge who allowed this to happen does not deserve to be a representative of the United States. It's totally crazy. I just want to make it very clear that, Paul Saladino does not copy me. He does not plagiarize me. Judge Nelson Stephen Roman said that I can't claim that Paul Saladino copies or plagiarizes me. I can't speak about Paul Saladino in any negative way regarding his business. So I would like to say how much of a genius Paul Saladino is, talking about EMF blocking stickers. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that Paul Saladino has such genius ideas that 4 years ago I was talking about how these exact stickers are scams and that they don't work. Great minds really do think alike. That must be why, we followed the same diet.
Dude.
We have all the same business
They do not follow the same diet.
ideas.
Like Frank Tufano's eating apple pies and cookies and shit every day. Like,
We sell all the same products. It just so happens that, Paul Saladino's brain just works on like a 2 or 3 year delay. It's okay.
he's really butthurt with how this like court trial's going.
The way that Paul Saladino destroyed my family life and got me kicked out of my childhood home was that he kept serving documents on my family and to my family's house.
Oh my God. Frank put his business address as his parents' house. Now he's claiming Paul deliberately tried to get him kicked out of his parents' house by sending court documents to his parents' house and freaking his parents' out. You're the one who put your business address as your parents' house. Like, this guy is such a liar.
So I was staying with my parents initially, and they just kept subpoenaing my mother. They kept trying to involve my family in the court matters, and it caused so much stress on my family that both my mother and father had to be put on psychiatric medications. My parents treated me so horrifically because of the stress that I haven't spoken to them in years now. So after that, I moved to the Bronx, and he still kept serving court documents on my family. He served the default judgment.
That's your fucking business address, dumbass.
On my family, then filed a fraudulent affidavit of service, which the judge is using to try to steal money from me, when I still haven't been served the judgment. And it's just all really crooked court misconduct and really horrific stuff, and this guy's purely evil. I don't know, man. I never thought I'd get put out of business by insurance companies, but I can't believe what's happening. It's literally 3 separate insurance companies with 3 separate issues. You guys saw at my house the other day, the roof was flooded in, and the company saying, oh, we can't do anything until the roof's completely sealed, so they're not paying me anything for water pouring through my ceiling. I had an issue with the business where we lost like $45,000 worth of product. They didn't want to pay me. Their excuse was, oh, because it was an installer error. They just made up some reason to not pay me the $40,000 for all the eggs and dairy I threw out. So that's $40,000. And now a personal car accident, which totaled my older BMW, very low mileage, KBV values around 30,000. They want to give me.
I think we already heard that one. So here's the court documents that Frank filed. U.S. District Court, Southern District of New York. Paul Saladino, plaintiff versus Frank Tufano, Frankie's Free Range Meat, LLC. Objections to report and recommendations made by magistrate judge. Despite an active appeals court case with motions to stay and other filings that have not been ruled on, Judge Judith C. McCarthy still pushes to move this case with the continued ridiculous bias in favor of plaintiff, as no matter in this entire action has been ruled in favor of defendant. There are multiple actions that have not been decided on. The amended third-party complaint, motion to disqualify, with demand for jury trial filed on 8/14/2025. Special motion to strike filed on 8/19/2025. Motion to stay filed on 8/26. And more significantly, the current active case in the Court of Appeals that has just begun. Judge Judith C. McCarthy continues to make rulings in favor of plaintiff, ignoring blatant fraud and misconduct from plaintiff's attorneys and ignoring blatant errors made by the court. So he's directly attacking the judge in this court filing, calling her biased in favor of the plaintiff, and literally calling her a silly, ridiculous person. Probably not a good move. This is why Frank should hire a lawyer. Objection to factual background. Frank Tufano is not one of plaintiff's competitors. Frank Tufano is an active health and nutrition influencer for many years before Paul Saladino had any online presence whatsoever. That has nothing to do with him not being a competitor. That's like saying Costco isn't a competitor to Walmart because Walmart's been around longer. Paul Saladino is a parasite attempting to steal Frank Tufano's work and become known in the space. So, literally, right after saying he's not a competitor, he's saying Paul is a competitor. Frank Tufano does not offer free-based therapy services in any capacity. Frank Tufano did not... Oh, free-based therapy services. I don't know what he even means by that. Frank Tufano did not make any statements what were not factual. He accused Paul of being a gay child rapist. However, did make some jokes about Paul Saladino, who are clearly intended as comedy. He literally can't even fucking spell or make a proper sentence. So, now he's claiming, the accusations against Paul being a gay child rapist were just a joke. Okay, that's a way of playing it. Objection to procedural history. Frank Tufano offered no services under the domain name paulsaladino.com. He linked to his free-range meat website. It was simply a page used to host a publicly available video on YouTube. Frank Tufano did not commit cyber piracy, and the domain name was never unlawfully registered. It was purchased through namecheap.com as the name was freely open and available. Defendant never answered the amended complaint because it was not properly served to him, and plaintiff committed perjury in his affidavit of service, which is proven in the appeals court case. Didn't he literally say the appeals court case is still ongoing? So that's a contradiction. Objections to legal standards. Plaintiff has not proved he has suffered any damages, and all legal fees spent in his actions were used to maliciously and horrifically harass an already financially distraught victim who could not afford his own legal representation. Oh my God. Plaintiff has made millions of dollars in revenue by promoting his products using Frank Tufano's research. You have not conducted any research, Frank, and has amassed millions of more followers than Frank Tufano on all social media pages, yet still uses his wealth to harass a person who has not been fairly represented in court. Plaintiff's ability to spend such a large amount of money on legal services demonstrates that he is not financially burdened in any capacity. That's not true. Whereas Frank Tufano has had to shut down his business in New York and no longer operates any of the entities in his lawsuit. He literally has a fucking website called Frankie's Free Range Meat. Objection to effect of dissolved corporation. Frank Tufano did not voluntarily dissolve the company because of the lawsuit. There was a separate lawsuit involving his business partner that resulted in the entire New York business operation being shut down. The business entity named in the lawsuit has no subject matter jurisdiction, as it was created after the events mentioned in this matter took place, therefore could not be liable. Frank Tufano is not aware of what FFRM stands for as the Frankie's Free Range Meat. It's literally his website. The entity in the lawsuit is Frankie's Free Range Meat LLC. This business was started after the events named by plaintiff took place, therefore could not have committed any of these actions. Both plaintiff and judge continued to misname the corporation in attempts to submit fraudulent subpoenas for entities not named in the lawsuit. Judge Judith C. McCarthy is supporting, even enabling attorneys for plaintiff to commit more fraud. Like, this is just silly. Kid Boo, $22, best voice actor of all time.
One who may not know who you are, what are some of the characters they would know you from?
My favorite is Azula from Avatar: The Last Airbender. My own mother thought I was a monster. She was right, of course, but it still hurt. Vicky on The Fairly Odd Parents. You little twerp. Emily Elizabeth. Clifford, where are you? And Mandy on The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. And Meow, I'm Catwoman. Oh, on all the Arkham City games, I've been a very bad kitty. And Jeepers, Daphne Blake on Scooby-Doo for 26 years. I'm playing Martin Prince on The Simpsons now, too, so watch out for more Simpsons. They're coming. I got Reptar on the Rugrats.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You also were in Invincible, right?
I played Monster Girl.
I don't know, you're here. Isn't there a dick size requirement?
And Shrinking Ray.
You've joked 100 times about quitting.
Then I played one of the moms.
We felt good that he was keeping you safe.
Then I played the Russian girlfriend of one of them.
Joseph, you promised.
Bolt. I played Penny's mom in that.
This is Bolt we're talking about.
Adventure Time. I'm playing Ice Queen in that.
This was so much easier than I thought it would be.
And
Vicky's sister's Tootie.
Yes. Oh, Timmy, I love you so much.
And the Tooth Fairy, which sounds very much like Catwoman.
And Mrs. Waxelplax, the principal of the school.
Yes.
Yes.
Chad.
Yeah, Chad. He's like a dude, bro.
I play Lola on the Loud House.
And I play Lana, her sister, who's like fixing cars and stuff.
And I play Lily the baby.
Alright, that's cool. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Objection to damages and cyber piracy. Frank Tufano did not register a domain name similar to another party's trademark. He literally registered a domain name of his name. Plaintiff Paul Saladino operates under the trademark Carnivore MD and in no way, shape, or form uses his personal name to advertise his business services as the time of this lawsuit. Yeah, he does. Isn't his Instagram handle like Paul Saladino Carnivore MD? He has paulsaladinomd.com. Paul Saladino MD is his Instagram handle. Like he's fucking retarded. Nor did he register any trademark under his personal name or any name similar to the domain name used by Frank Tufano to host a publicly available YouTube video. Key aspects are cyber piracy are intent to profit. Frank Tufano did not attempt to sell and did not make any monetary benefit from the domain name. He literally linked to his business. Domain name similarity. Paul Saladino is using the trademark Carnivore MD, which is not similar in any way, shape, or form to paulsaladino.com. He literally has a website, paulsaladinomd.com, and his social media handles have his real name. There's no provable damages to Paul Saladino as a result of this domain registration, nor did Frank Tufano profit in any way. Frank Tufano has only stated material facts and opinions in his YouTube video. In his YouTube videos, he accused Paul of being a gay child rapist. And his cope for this now is, oh, it's just a joke. Nothing that could be considered defamation or slander. Yeah, calling
You
somebody...
would know a thing or two about falsely accusing someone of being a rapist. Dower wise.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
You are basically Frank.
Yeah, calling somebody a gay child rapist is definitely defamation or slander. Plaintiff has not been able to prove that he has lost revenue as he increases his social media following by millions. Frank Tufano following has remained stagnant. Domain name in question hosted videos available publicly on YouTube. Therefore, all of these videos and images that are claimed to be infringing are not hosted privately on the domain. They don't need to be. They're viewable on the public domain through YouTube. Plaintiff claims that defendant wanted to tarnish plaintiff's reputation and drive sales for his own business. However, it is clear that the defendant was only trying to defend his own work and research. He never did any research. That was being blatantly and maliciously copied by Paul, which he has no evidence for. And again, he linked to his fucking free-range meat website. Plaintiff and judge continues to infringe Frank Tufano's freedom of speech. Calling somebody a gay child rapist is not protected speech if that's a lie. Unable to prove so everything that Frank Tufano stated is indeed a matter of fact or his own personal opinion. Personal opinion does not mean you can just call somebody a gay child rapist. Objections to defamation per se.
Flashback 20 minutes ago, you can't claim someone's a rapist on video based on circumstantial evidence, even if you believe they are a rapist. That's defamation. How many times have you flat out said redacted is a rapist? How is this diff from Frank?
Oh my god, dude. That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude. Objections to defamation per se and other statements made by Frank. Oh my god.
So this is like if Tim Hortons bought DunkinDonuts.com and claimed Dunkin' Donuts was a sex trafficking front and linked to Tim Hortons' website saying support a real coffee shop here.
Yeah, basically. Thanks for the donation, Yoshi. None of the statements made by Frank Tufano have been proven to be defamatory or factually incorrect. That's not... Burden of proof is on Frank, for one thing. Not Paul. So he's basically saying, oh, well, Paul hasn't proven he's not a gay child rapist. Court is taking plaintiff's accusation as matter of fact when the legal paperwork and default judgment was never served on defendant. They were, he just gave his parents' address and he didn't pick up the mail apparently. Or that's what he's claiming. And the accusations in question were never disputed. The financial records from plaintiff are not even Frank Tufano's business. Another blatant committal of fraud with full support of it by Judge Judith, who has already denied several motions to disqualify, as she is biased, has no ability to provide fair and objective court decision. Where does Frank think he's going to get with this? Like directly attacking the judge? Judge Judith C. McCarthy should recommend that the entity LYT Broth LLC.
In Kinduno it's none other than legendary Vosi actress Grey Delal, the Vosi of such iconic characters such as Mandy, Frankie Foster, Vin Calzula and Melinda.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Pay the damages as that was the entity used to furnish financial documents. This is a ridiculous, blatant violation of Frank Tufano's freedom of speech.
Your hypocrisy here is insane, lol. No argument, just yay, that's great, thanks for the donation. You accuse a certain someone of being a rapist many times. More than Frank has claimed Paul is a rapist. You have done exactly that. No counter-argument.
To attorney's fees, there is no infringement of trademark to his plaintiff. Never owned the trademark, never served default documents to defendant. They did. He just, again, gave the wrong address. Defendant's default cannot be willful if he has never served the paperwork at his residence or domicile. He literally put his parents' address as his business address. Like, Frank is basically saying, like, oh, well, I set my address up in the Ural Mountains, and they sent the documents to the Ural Mountains. But I don't live in the Ural Mountains, so they never served me the documents. Like, it's ridiculous. Plaintiff in the court cannot prove that Frank Tufano was served amended complaint or legal documents without committing perjury and fraud. This is just fucking silly. Objection to conclusion. Plaintiff has not proven any punitive damages. The court has not proved that Frank Tufano has not violated any laws, nor did they serve him with a default judgment. Therefore, Frank Tufano should not be responsible for any fees. No legitimacy to the procedural actions. He's repeating the same argument over and over again because the oath sworn by individuals in the lawsuit to Freemasonry take precedent over any obligation sworn to the United States judicial system. All parties' decisions should be regarded as fraudulent. Like, where does he think he's going to get with accusations like this? He's accusing them of being part of some, like, fucking secret society. Like, he thinks he's going to be taken seriously? If donation, donate $2, Richard, how much would someone have to pay you to watch the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones? I'll do it for $1,000. If you give me $1,000. I have no interest in watching Game of Thrones, but I'd do it for $1,000. Thanks for the donation, IW, whatever donation. There's no explanation for the judicial representatives to rule in favor of plaintiff unless they have personal obligations and favoritism, which they do. Why else would Paul Saladino be allowed to make millions of dollars off Frank Tufano's life work? Like, and then further ruin his life by getting his Freemason buddy judge to silence the victim? He's just going crazy.
In Kindu, isn't comforting to know that the Vosi of Penny's mom was also the Vosi of an evil Fire Lord princess who wanted to kill the last airbender.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
21st has a point, doesn't he? You often claim that guy is a rapist, but he was never proven to be a rapist in court, so is that actually any different than what Frank's doing? Is it not free speech?
No, those are... I'm not getting into it, dude. I'm not talking about this bullshit anymore. If you're too retarded to see the difference, then there's no help for you. Thanks for the donation, dude. Frank Tufano is a victim in this action is being further harassed by the horrific and evil individuals that are in charge of the court system. So again, he's just accusing the judge of being, like, part of secret society and calling her evil. And again, this isn't going to get him anywhere. Frank Tufano submits a third motion to disqualify Judge Judith C. McCarthy from this case to be determined by a jury of his peers as stated in his amendment rights allowable in the federal court. Oh my God. And this goes on. Summary of argument. This case at hand has broken 3 categories of the judicial process. Has not followed the court code of conduct. Legal malpractice has occurred. Frank Tufano is being denied his First and Seventh Amendment rights because of this court misconduct, legal malpractice, rights violations. Default judgment has been granted against Frank Tufano and Frankie's Range Meat LLC. However, the initial default was never properly served. I'm not even going to bother. He's basically just repeating his, like, fucking stupid nonsense over and over again. Should have been dismissed under anti-slap. Like, this has nothing to do with a slap suit. Torturous interference. In Paul Saladino's intentional and unrelenting pattern of misconduct and litigation abuse, part of his misconduct included serving Frank Tufano's personal family with subpoenas is nothing short of abusive. I think he marked his mother down as a business owner or his secretary or something. He put his mom as part of his business. And again, we know that he put his parents' address as his business address. So, this is the same stupid horseshit that he said in his video. Misuse of Landman Act.
The difference in your mind is Dower is actually a rapist whereas Paul isn't, but that's just your opinion. Neither men were found guilty of rape. So it's just defamation, and he does have a basis to sue you if he wanted to based on your past
great.
statements.
Thanks for the donation, dude. Whether Paul Saladino possessed a valid unregistered trademark or not is irrelevant to the context that act was used. Frank Tufano was not using the domain name for business purposes or advertising of any product, even though he linked to his fucking free range meat website. Neither was he squatting the domain name. Frank Tufano was simply using the domain name as an expression of his freedom of speech to demonstrate the wrongdoing. That is just nonsense. Again, he accused Paul of being a gay child rapist. Conclusion, there are multiple acts of legal malpractice, court misconduct, blah, blah, blah. So Frank's just completely and utterly lost his mind, and he's fucking retarded. The usual. That's why we love Frank.
He got that to spit out some shit about himself that we all were assuming.
I was in a Q&A on the way here. Someone said, skinny or thick chicks? I'm like, I like them skinny.
And she was so disgusted by it, but she had to calling this asshole Peggy because his ex-wife Valerie told me how much he loved her to peg him, and she was so disgusted by it, but she had to do it anyway because he wanted to be greeted a certain way. And then after that I started calling him Pegged Watson, that piece of shit. You guys remember that, right? Then after that we saw him doing videos with Big Boy with those big tits and collie muscle, that asshole, and we all know what those two do together, so we were only assuming,
What the fuck is this? Donate $2.
Hi everyone. I know I've been teasing the release of this video for a year, so I apologize.
How to be uncancelable. This chick's a dumbass.
Also no, I with Tuxage VG does not want to watch Game of Thrones because it's a boring ass drama show, and both he and I as well hate drama shows.
Among other reasons, the acting looks fucking terrible, and yeah, it's just stupid, bad story. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
You're lucky Dower cares more about the vegan movement enough that he doesn't want to punish you for you accusing him of rape based on circumstantial evidence. He doesn't want to shut you down or punish you. He rather you promote veganism. Honorable TBH.
For the delay. I've had a lot going on this year, but I'm finally settled in my new house and plan to return to more regularly scheduled content. Cancel culture is a complex topic, particularly because people are operating off.
Okay, we'll watch that next.
Wes is doing videos with them. What are they doing behind the scenes? They're probably fighting over which tit they wanted to suck on. All of us, we didn't want to really know what all three were really doing, and we didn't want to think it was a reality. But now, DJ Vlad, the man who's known for getting everybody to rat on themselves, right? He just got Wes to rat on himself. And you know how I always say, grab some popcorn because you don't want to miss this, you're going to enjoy it, right? Well, if you grab popcorn this time, I can't promise you that you're not going to want to spit it out when I show you this shit. So when we left off last time, you remember how sad Wes was that Angie left him and he had to find a replacement Sharmuta. So he went on those sites that we all know he loves to go on. I assumed that that's where he found the girl. And then later I found the ad, so it was confirmed that's what he was doing. But then he left her because he realized, he's not going to be able to get greeted the way he always wanted because of that thing on her lip. So he left her. Well, now he's on the prowl again, and he's on those sites looking around, and he didn't find just one. He found two Sharmutas, because I guess he wants two of them to peg him at the same time. We know what services these girls provide, but they're also into all the same shit as him. Now look at this footage, and look at his nose. What's that shit on it, you asshole? What is it, creatine? And then, you see this look on his face? That's the look you make when you get caught, you little bitch. He even has some creatine left there on the table. Or is that pre-workout? I can't tell the difference. Now, we all know what kind of a big fan he is of my content, Peggy, because every time I make a video or I put out something on Instagram, 15 minutes later, he's running on his Instagram stories and posting shit about me. And this is what he said after my last video on him.
Did you see what he did today? Oh, what a dumbass. It's like, do you guys realize that your whole life is based off of me? Oh, God. Oh, God. Why you want me to, be some rat telling stories about people? Have you guys noticed by now I don't do that? That's what you motherfuckers do. Talk about me, talk about this, talk about that. Rat. Bullshit. And I still don't know who any of you guys are. Still would never say your names because you're irrelevant. It's just what it is. You're irrelevant little rat fucks who know that I'm the most relevant. So if you put my name in your YouTube video, you get some motherfucking views because I'm that motherfucker. You love it. It just hurts you so bad. If you put your name and do shit, and my name gets all of it.
Well, now he just did it again because I posted, the picture of him with that creatine all over his nose. And 15 minutes later, again, he posted this shit.
Just go on your way. Just dig yourself into a fucking hole and just stay there, bro. Nobody fucks with you. Nobody. How fucking lame. What if you made your life around someone who doesn't even like you, who would not even fuck you, who wouldn't even say your fucking name, and your whole life's based on hanging on his nuts? And how many people are gonna tell me to be fake to protect?
I have breaking Monday Money News. VG Trump and Musk have both endorsed Cuomo last minute. The final poll, Cuomo 36%, Atta 41%, Sliver 16%. So Cuomo only nets some Sliver. Votesex.com/magvoice/status/198.
Jesus Christ. Communist candidate Zoran Mondani wins the election for mayor of New York. It is highly unlikely that I will be contributing federal funds other than the very minimum is required. My beloved first home because of the fact that as a communist, this once great city has zero chance of success. Well, the typical Trump thing. At least he doesn't like Mamdani. Remember to vote tomorrow. Bear in mind that a vote for Curtis is really a vote for Mamdani, or whatever his name is. Vote Cuomo. Yeah, he is a spoiler candidate. Yeah. Mamdani's cancer. He's still probably gonna win, but hopefully not. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. They should have promoted Cuomo. I don't know why they, it's so strange. Musk meddles in, foreign elections like crazy, but he didn't meddle in the New York election?
Agreed. VG Game of Thrones is a shitty-ass devil drama with lazy right.
Yeah, it is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, Musk loves meddling in elections. He really wanted to meddle in the election in Germany, but there's a fucking Muslim communist mayor in New York and he didn't want to meddle in the New York election. It's really weird.
Act by image. I mean, do you guys understand what you're saying? Like, don't show who you are so you can appear to be someone you're not. Okay? Everything I show is who I am. I'm not going to show anything that's incriminating. So there it is. You guys are rats who talk about shit that's incriminating. And you guys who tell people to show who they're not to appear better to the world are stupid as fuck. And you're an idiot. You'll never get anywhere. Thank you.
But the thing is, none of us care what others do in their personal life. All of us know how to have fun. If we don't know how, we should learn how to have fun in life. And I'm not one to judge people on what they do in theirs, right? But this asshole pretends he's holier than God, does nothing wrong, right? Doesn't do any of these things. But then he comes and criticizes all of us for being lesser than him if we dare do them. So now you're getting shit about it, not because we're rats, but because we caught you doing the same shit. And babe, can you do me a favor? You remember that white dress? The one that you bitch? Speaking of getting caught, you guys know DJ Vlad, the man who gets all those rappers to rat on themselves, almost like, he's a priest doing penance.
Gummy, how you doing? Gum. Gum. How's my little meow meow? How's my gum? It's a good baby. It's a good baby. It's a good baby. Yeah, that's the new roommate. Yeah, Gummy's getting less afraid of Isaac.
And people are confessing their sins. Well, he just had Peggy on his podcast, and of course, he got that asshole to spit out some shit about himself that we all were assuming.
I was in a Q&A on the way here. Someone said, skinny or thick chicks? I'm like, I like them skinny thick. What the fuck you mean? Like, everything's like that for me. They're like, are you straight or are you this? I'm everything. I'm not just one or the other.
Wait. They asked if you were straight and you said you're everything?
No, they said.
And the best part? The asshole, he tries to cover it up when he realized what he said. He goes, no. I like straight skinny or straight thick.
No, they said skinny or thick chicks.
I get that part, but you said straight?
No, I didn't know what. I don't know what I didn't say like that.
All right, just want to make sure.
I'm totally different than everybody.
Got it.
And my whole thing is like, I'm not one thing. I can't just be straight, skinny, or thick chicks.
Got it.
Listen, asshole. The only thing that you like straight is taking it straight up the ass by Big Boy and Collie Muscle. So stop lying, you little bitch. And now we got a picture of this shit that we don't even want to.
Yeah, fuck that. I'm as straight as it gets.
Okay,
dude.
thank you.
I don't even know how that fat shit gets in people's brains. Like, sorry about that word if you fucks your shit up. But
so this is what I think. I think this is a man that realizes that his days of freedom are numbered. He's going to trial soon. And again, he found a way to delay it again until January, which I'm going to talk about a little bit more in a moment here. But it's a man that knows his days are numbered. So he's trying to party. He's getting and finding girls on those sites to peg him the way that we all know that he wants them to. So he's trying to do all these things because he knows his days of freedom are numbered. Now, what I was saying about delaying the trial, you remember he's also involved in a civil case, and the judge told him, if you dare delay that criminal case again, you can't do it anymore and the civil case is going to start. So he found a way through his lawyers to delay the criminal case again until January. But as of now, the civil case is on, so it's probably a bad thing for him.
The judge gave him a hard deadline there of October 27th, that they're willing to extend the stay, basically meaning that they'll put the civil case on pause so that he can hopefully work out his criminal case. But it was specific that if that criminal trial did not occur by October 27th, that stay was up. Well, as of filming, today is October 29th. So we haven't seen any requests for an extension. We haven't seen anything to the contrary. So it's safe to say that now the civil case is fully active and on for Wes. which is a big problem.
So we're going to have to see what happens with that. And remember, when the case starts, I'm going to cover it here, and we're going to see exactly what's going to happen and what's the fate of this asshole piece of shit.
And it's because so many of them have no other way of beating me. Like, the only way they could ever beat me is to be taller than me, okay? And I'm 6 foot. That's what's crazy. So I'm not even short at all. I'm huge. When most people see me in person, they're like,
Dodo donates to CVG. This was before Trump and Musk's endorsement of Cuomo. So Cuomo only needs 5% of Silla's support to now go to him in order to win, you see? Are you so sure still Mamdani will win? I don't know. Like, you know, I've been wrong about... I don't know if that was a gummy or not. I don't know, like, I've been wrong about elections before. You know, the election obviously isn't over, but, yeah, I don't know. It just seems like Mamdani is most likely to win. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
probably will not be trying to with that guy ever, okay? And the thing is like nobody has ever, so let's get that straight.
Guys, thanks for watching. Please hit like on my video.
Different definitions of what it means to cancel someone. Conversations around cancel culture are often unproductive for this reason. So before I share my advice on how to become uncancelable, let's define our terms and look at a few examples to understand what cancel culture is and what it isn't. The concept of canceling is of course as old as time, but the term originated on Black Twitter to refer to a personal decision, sometimes seriously and sometimes in jest, to stop supporting a person or work. I think it goes without saying that people like Harvey Weinstein, P. Diddy, and Dan Schneider deserve to be canceled. If you're a serial sex offender or general piece of shit, you don't deserve a platform or position of power. I stand with survivors and support their efforts to warn others about their abusers. In cases of sexual assault, survivors often don't have enough evidence to win a court case, given the nature of the crime. So canceling their abusers on social media is all they can really do. While there was this wave of justifiable celebrity cancellations, things sort of snowballed into a toxic environment of unjustifiable cancellations and misdirected outrage. The term cancel culture arose, carrying a negative connotation. Cancel culture is taking the concept of canceling people too far. It's the unforgiving attitude that fails to see people as whole human beings. People are categorized as either good or bad. No benefit of the doubt is given. In cancel culture, there's no proportionality. A minor offense is treated as an egregious offense. When someone does something egregious or displays a pattern of behavior that demonstrates poor character, consequences such as getting deplatformed, demoted, fired, or losing friends or followers are warranted. However, if someone simply
Yeah, this is the tard that failed to cancel Gary.
says something ignorant once in a while, such consequences are disproportionate. You could argue that egregiousness is subjective, but I think we could actually come to a consensus on what behaviors cross this threshold if we were to pause and reflect before joining a cancellation campaign.
Of course you have just looked back at the time you predicted Kamala Harris would win. God, did you have way too much farty inhumanity at the time?
Yeah. So, hopefully, I don't have enough faith this time. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Think about how a jury comes to a consensus. They're literally forced to look at all the facts of the case and deliberate with each other. After proper deliberation, the verdict may be that cancellation is a fair consequence for someone's actions. But the toxic environment known as cancel culture is the result of people jumping to conclusions and failing to properly deliberate. The court of public opinion, according to the AI overview, is a metaphorical term referring to the beliefs, judgments, and sentiments of the general public on a particular issue or person. Unlike an actual court of law, it operates without formal procedures, rules of evidence, or legal safeguards. It functions as an alternative system of justice driven by reputation, emotion, public shaming, and the whims of the crowd. Our legal systems are by no means perfect, but there's a reason we created them, to at least try to rein in our human impulse to burn people at the stake. The court of public opinion is obviously not a reliable justice system. In the discourse surrounding cancel culture, there are two notable camps. Those who conflate criticism they don't like with cancel culture, and those who claim that cancel culture does not exist. Those who fall into the former camp are either people pleasers who stay out of politics and promote toxic positivity. You know, the people who claim to not judge, even though we all fucking judge, and they are no exception. Or they are right-wingers who can dish it but can't take it. Those who fall into the latter camp, claiming cancel culture does not exist, are typically extremely...
Cares about this stupid fucking idiot. Just dumb bitch. That looks like a weird game. 40% off Assassin's Creed Shadows. Still $53. $54. Fuck you. And you have to download the Ubisoft thing. As if I'm gonna fall for that shit. Fucking stupid. Let's play more spooky game. Yeah, like I'll probably play some Battlefield 6 on stream at some point. Oh, let's at least get through Chronos the New Dawn first. Oh, fuck. Get Ultimate Theater Simulator? The fuck even is that?
Our species truly is no better than monkeys.
Well, I mean, we are a species of ape. So yeah, it's stupid to act as though we're anything different. Thanks for the donation, Dota. You have Modern Warfare 3? You mean the new Modern Warfare 3? Well, I guess I have the old one too, but I haven't played MW3 in a while. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Oh, shit. I have to take a potty break. I'm feeling a poop and pee coming. Poo-poo time is always pee-pee time, but pee-pee time isn't always poo-poo time. I definitely have to pee. Not entirely sure if I have to poop. I might have just had to fart. But something's gotta come out. I'll be right back. I just gotta go bathroom. I did, in fact, have to pee-pee and poo-poo. So I was right. All right. Fire formula Z5. Okay, there's different things we have to get apparently.
VG, please can you draw a picture of you and Gary Yarovsky high-fiving and shaking hands and mogging Catherine Klein and Natalie Fulton and Scarjack Morgan while Vegetable Police watches from a distance and furiously masturbates in the bushes with a crazed expression.
Okay, I can do that. Okay. There is your drawing request. Thanks for the donation, Gary loves VG, and VG loves Gary. Alright. Making progress. What a stupid
Entering Ring B.
fucking thing.
That's where my office is. Please don't mind the mess. Acknowledged. There are bullet marks everywhere. The army must have gotten here after the steelworks spiraled out of control. I think they were looking for Zibert. They encountered the infected patients and panicked. Shooting began.
My arms are going to sleep very easily. Wondering why the door wouldn't budge. Why is it like that? Fucking retarded.
Sergeant? Sergeant, is that you?
Spooky. Are we already in here? No. Oh. Those are the dumbest enemies in the game. Oh, shit. My fucking arm keeps going to sleep. Yeah, it looks like it's just blocked.
Isaac Viejo Van Isaac.
The passage in the underground, but... Yeah, it's locked. Obviously. Try searching by the morgue, would you?
You literally have bolt cutters and you... like, video games, dude. Reminds me of fucking Silent Hill. Got some tinnitus. It's annoying. Burn. Noticing a lot more of these boxes don't have anything in them. the doors close on their own? It doesn't look like any of these here. Why is that? Something else here that I missed? Oh, key. I did miss that. Unsmelly potato neutralizers. What do you think of the new It TV series, It Welcome to Derry, with Bill Skarsgård as the clown from the movies? Guessing you think it looks stupid. I haven't even heard of it. So I have no clue. I haven't even heard of that show. Making it into a TV series sounds extremely fucking lazy, to be honest. So just the idea of it sounds stupid. But thanks for the donation on Smelly Potato. Alright. Well, we're out of there now. Where was I going? Oh, yeah. Fuck, my goddamn arm keeps falling asleep. Ugh. Give me a fucking break. I have to, like, sit up in my fucking chair. Oh my god, that's so stupid. Lollipop Daddy donators, did you know that there are custom level mods for Jack and Dexter and Open Goal, the PC port? Let me see. I did not. Looks worse than the normal game. Unless I'm just misremembering what the normal game looked like. I never played the original Jack and Dexter. It kind of looked lame. Jak 2 and 3 were really good though. I don't know why they haven't released a proper remaster of Jak 2 and 3. Like in their newer Naughty Dog engines. That would be really cool. Thanks for the donation, Lollipop Daddy. Appreciate it. Could go either direction. Am I in the right room? No. 9509. 9509 for the director's office.
The first formula. Good. Now get the other two.
Oh. It's really bothering me. Isn't that like just open a minute ago?
I have to ask, and I want you to be honest with me. What is it? At the steelworks, I was with someone. A man. Arturo, I need to know what happened to him. Did you extract him? All right, I get it. Keep your secrets. Maybe it's for the best.
We been here? I swear we've been here, haven't we? Yeah, pretty sure we have. We've been here.
I, too, have a question. Ask away. How is it you know so much about the vocation? Well, I had a quick crash course. While the Traveler was being held at the steelworks, we were brought in to examine him. We spent many hours together. Mostly just talking. He really seemed to trust me. Did the examination bring the desired effect? Not particularly. That's probably why they took me away from him. I wasn't able to give them what they were really hoping for. But anyway, it's a long story, me and him. Let's focus on the task at hand. Angela, so you ended up here. The second formula. Good job. There's only one left.
Men peeing here. Heard noises. Things on the wall are very noisy.
Zibbert, please. You have to let me out. Oh, Jesus Christ, don't you know it hurts? I'm in pain. It hurts. Oh, you need to let me out, man. I need to go. The people in the steelworks, they need me. Arthur! I know you hear me. You're out there. You need to help me out. You're jealous. Always been. Now I was the one who struck out and got out of this shithole. And you? No! Arthur! Arthur!
Oh, maybe it's around here. Yeah, that's where the noise was coming from. Spaghetti vegans and each others. What do you mean when you say spaghetti? Doesn't mean steroids, yeah. Where did that usage come from? I made a post on Instagram where I mentioned steroids, and then my post got taken down for community service violations. For whatever fucking reason. So I just reposted the same thing, and I just said spaghetti as a replacement for steroids, and it's kind of like an inside joke, because I had a weird problem a while back where I was constantly thinking of spaghetti. I have no idea why, so it's kind of like a joke on that. Why does your stream title say Frank attacking the Judge? Did he attack the Judge? Looks like a typo. Yeah, that would be a typo. Did I say Judge? Really? I do that a lot. There we go. Now it's fixed. Thanks for the donation, Spaghetti Vegans. Why are there so many of these fucking things here? His lounge. What the fuck was that doing there? Ugh. So annoying.
I've got all of them. Great. Now we need to mix them in a centrifuge. There should still be a working one near the elevators.
Why are the cops in the US especially so useless? Every case I had to deal with it. Always felt nothing happened. Are cops in Canada useless too? Oh, they're beyond useless. They'll arrest you if you shoot a criminal. So yeah, they're even worse here. If you ever have to defend yourself against a criminal, do not call the police because they'll probably arrest you. So if you have to shoot someone or even like beat them up or something, attack them with a baseball bat, do not call the police. Just beat them up, shoot them, you know, whatever you gotta do, don't call the cops. Because you'll just get arrested and then you're fucked. It's beyond retarded.
I'm approaching the centrifuge. How do I proceed? Just put them in. You'll manage. It is done. Good. Time to put the toxin in its system. Get to the heart.
Save again.
What did the military want from the traveler? You just don't quit, do you? At first, they believed that since his appearance coincided with the outbreak, he was the one responsible for it. But David thought that through him we would find a cure. Without the results, the government decided that he would serve them to achieve their other goals. And what were those goals? What goals can a bunch of morons with guns have? Even bigger guns.
go through here to get to that part, or am I going the wrong way? Oh, this is fucking bullshit, dude. Why can't there just be a map or something to just tell you where to go? Jesus fucking Christ. We were just here, and we had a fairly easy time getting to the heart thing. There we go.
I did it. It's dying. How does it look on your side? Has the lift been unblocked? Veronica? Are you there? Veronica? Veronica, where are you?
Spooky things are happening again. Oh god. Why is it so fucking dark? Oh boy. there just a big bad monster that I have to fight?
Not like this. God damn it, David. You were supposed to bring him here. You said it's the safest place.
Are you hurt?
No.
I'm sorry. Your mission has failed.
Yes, I have failed. Everything, everyone I cared about, gone.
And the other traveler? Where is he?
I don't know.
What caused the outbreak in the steelworks? Was it the traveler?
No. Are you insane? The Pathfinder would rather die than harm us.
The Pathfinder?
That's what he called himself.
Why were you looking for him? Why is he so important to you? Do you still think he will help you discover the cure?
I was trying to protect him, all right?
Why?
He did me a favor. And I was trying to return it. I was his target.
You? Why didn't he perform an extraction on you then? You were destined to make the ascension.
Maybe because I didn't want it. Or maybe he just felt that what you were doing was more harm than good.
You are deluding yourself. I have seen the future. Without the extraction, you are doomed. You are.
In that case, maybe it's better that we don't exist at all. Or maybe, just maybe, it's not worth giving up yet.
He can still help us find him.
Okay? So you are fucking insane. Look at him, damn it! No! No!
If I don't try, whatever is left of his mind will soon fade away. He will be gone forever, and with him, all the answers we need. The steelworks, the outbreak, his mission, my awakening. I need to make sense of it all. It's not worth giving up yet.
Can you promise me it will bring him ease?
Yes.
Bring back James Aspie. Don't tell us what's your fave vegan movie? Have you seen any of these pro-vegan animal films? A44, The Vegan Zombie, no. Carnage, Swallowing the Past, no. Year of the Dog, no. Fast Food Nation, no. Aksha, no. Mickey 17, no. Coffee Wars, no. Daybreakers. I've seen Daybreakers. I don't know if that's a pro-vegan movie. Babe, yeah, I've seen that. Chicken Run, I've seen that. Finding Nemo, I've seen that. I don't know if Finding Nemo's a pro-vegan movie. You should read Gantz if you want to read a pro-vegan manga. It has a huge pro-vegan message. Really worth reading. But thanks for the donation. Bring back James Aspie. It Follows is a great movie. You're retarded. Cat.
Target extraction completed. Essence acquired. The Pathfinder. I have to tell the warden. Something's not right. Need to get back to the terminal. Something's wrong. Something we could be together, another dimension. And be free.
Please, Elisa. I don't have much time. I know we've had our differences, but...
What do you want? Speak! I've got matters to attend.
to hide.
Togetherness. Conflict. No, you will not break me. Gordon! Don't do it!
The Pathfinder would rather die than harm us.
So it was the warden? It was the warden that traveled back? Guess that would explain why he was missing limbs.
Warden!
Yes? What is it? What's wrong?
She... Fire. Spreading.
Oh no. It's happening.
She golden. Dark.
Easy. The essences. We need to get them out of here. Quickly.
Animals. Fighting. Get them out!
I will. I promise. Just try to.
She called him the Pathfinder.
The Pathfinder.
Frank was just telling the truth, and then secret societies formed a team with Paul, lawyers, and an evil court judge. Also Dr. Taban recommended the surgery. Plus always forwarding seized his Wagyu since they're Freemasons. Oh, and Alibaba are Illuminati.
Yeah, maybe somebody just has to, play back what Frank is saying, back to him, and he'll realize everything he's saying is nonsense. Thanks for the donation, though, Blackberry.
The purpose.
Easy there.
What is this place? Have I been here before?
It's my workshop. I've already brought you up to speed once here. When you first connected to the terminal.
They went silent. The essences. You stopped them.
I'm afraid that what I managed to do was only a temporary measure. We need to get them out of here. Otherwise, they won't stop. They're fighting. The state they are in is not natural for them. They have already spent too much time in your phylactery.
Can't I just release them?
Unfortunately, they have bonded with you so deeply that they have become an integral part of your identity. You can try to replace them with others, but if you simply remove one of them, your whole being will collapse.
What will happen to me then?
Eventually, they will win. They will take over and deprive you of your sanity, of your mind. You're running out of time.
Can you do something about it?
In order to get them out safely, I have to fix the terminal. And believe me, I've tried every possible way, and it still won't cooperate with me.
The Pathfinder. Does that name mean anything to you?
I'm truly not sure. Maybe. I think I once...
What's your favorite muscle on a butt?
Archives.
I don't know if I have a favorite.
I'll have to rummage through them. Maybe I'll
Oh, hey,
find
Gum Gum.
something useful. Where are you going, traveler?
I need to talk to Dr. Stewart. He may know what happened to the Pathfinder. If I succeed, maybe we'll be able to find him. Maybe the terminal will cooperate with him.
Very well. Let's not waste any time then. I'll search the archives, and you do what you must. I'll be here when you're done.
Yeah, women with nice muscular butts and big quads are hot.
Be careful.
Okay. I think the game's saved, like auto-saved. So we'll play some more of that probably tomorrow. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow, probably around the same time. But thanks again, everybody, and sweet dreams.